Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hi. Helps when you turn your microphone on or your headset. Makes a difference. Just little things in life. Just little stuff like that. And we got the desktop audio on, so we're good there. I'm such a professional. I'm telling you. How's it going? Happy Friday night to you. This is going to be some, yeah, stream by sign language. If only I knew. Center Station Simulator. This one's going to be fun. We've only got one goal tonight for Center Station Simulator. We're going to clear out the mine. That's all we're doing. We're just going to go back to the mine. We're going to dink like crazy, and we're going to clear out the mine. In the process of doing that, we're going to build a bunch of infiniballs. Mrs. Jack, I'm glad that you were able to stop by to say hello. Thank you for stopping by. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you again soon. So yeah, we're just gonna go there. We're gonna get the mine cleared out. We're gonna build enough infiniballs to help us collect everything. We'll open the store just for the purpose of people stopping to get gas, so that way we can make money from people getting gas. But we're not going to worry about putting any product upstairs. Our focus is going to be in the mine dinking and coming back to the shop to maybe make another infiniball here and there. But that's it. That's all we're doing, and we're going to see how long it's going to take for us to do it. I don't know how long it's going to take. It's going to be a mess in there. We'll slowly get it all cleaned up, and when it's all done, we will have a completely wide open mine, and that's what we're shooting for. So sit back, relax, have some fun. We'll be able to chat plenty. So if you got things you want to talk about, I would love to talk to you about them because this is going to be a very chill one. Not too much going to be happening here, other than all kinds of relentless, gentle dinking. That's what we got. Marco Ostrowski, it is good to see you again. My day was very, very good. It was a nice day. It was Friday. Can't go wrong with Friday at all. You really can't. Worship Space is back again. It's good to see that you were able to get productive in the last couple hours. So now you get to sit around and watch me dink like mad. Snakebite is also here. You just cleared out your mine and have it set up all for drilling and storage. Oh, awesome. That's great. And happy Friday night to you. Yeah, we've already got it a little bit cleared. A little bit. So it's not like we're going straight from scratch. There is some that's cleared. So we'll hop in here and you can see exactly what it looks like at this point. So we'll run all the way back there. And you can see exactly what we've got. I mean, it's not like cleared, but we've taken a decent chunk out of the front of it. So I'd say we might be I don't know, maybe 15% of the way there, possibly. So yeah, it's just going to be like dinking like mad, and I just got to bring up all the infiniballs that we have to clean all this stuff up. Shadowcat, how are you? Ahoy, hoy! It is good to see you again. It has been a while since you've seen this place. Um, it's been a while since we've been here, for sure. Oh, it must not see the infiniballs that I've got in the storage lockers. So I must have to take those out of the storage locker. There's a long way to go. We'll be dinking like crazy, but that'll be fine. We'll eventually get it all cleared out. So I'm going to take everything that I can that's an infiniball off of here. I think I've got enough cobalt here to make plenty more. I think. So I'm going to take that one off. I'm going to see how we're doing here on cards for another infiniball. I've got to turn this back on. I've got 7 cards here. I think I've got plenty of stuff. I've got 16 copper, 45 gold. I've got 1 silver. So yeah, I'm short on silver, so I'm going to have to get some silver. Yeah. We'll do our best with it. So I've got it, and I've got a few more infiniballs. Oh no, I don't have any that are empty. I might have to empty some of them out. Heh. We'll figure it out here. Maybe I'll empty some of this stuff out onto the ground and do that. Maybe I'll take some of this clay and put it over here on this pallet to clear some of that out. Oh shoot, I can't do that. That doesn't work. So I'll just go like that. Oh, that's clay, you dummy. That goes over there. Oh, no, we don't want that. We want that, and I don't have any more to put there, so we're just going to drop all this clay out. Just leave that there. Okay. And set that down. What else do I have a little bit of? Oh, not much. Stone and aluminum, I've got a ton of it. The cobalt, well, I'm going to drop that out, so we'll have that infiniball. As I get a bunch of silver, I'm going to have to bring that back here so I can get silver rolling in there to make more infiniballs. But I will turn this on, and we'll start there. I'll need my clay one. Oh, yeah, I could use a smaller ball for smelting. I could. Yeah. So I guess I could take the rest of this and throw it in here and throw it up there. That'd be fine. I'll need my clay one. Oh yeah, I'll need my clay one. I don't need to drop the clay. Oh yeah, that's right. I could have just taken the clay up with me. You're right. I could have. I don't know why I did that. And I could take the stone one up with me because it's got stone in it. Yeah. So we got, let's see, 1, 2. That's got gold ore in it, so 3. So we got like 4 or 5 that we can use right from the jump. And we'll bring the, yeah. Yeah, it's too late now. I don't know why I thought I needed to empty that out other than the fact that I'm a maroon. So, no problem. So let's bring these up. I'm going to have to, as soon as I get a bunch of silver, I'm going to run the silver downstairs. So that one, that one. So we got 6 we can use. That's a good start. So I basically need like 4 more to do this. All right, here we go. Gonna just dink like crazy. Let's have a good time. This is gonna take a while, but we'll be good. So like I said, if you guys have stuff you want to talk about, we got plenty of time to do it. And I will be glad to look in the chat because I don't really have anything I can talk about that's going to make this a very enthralling process. We'll do everything we can with it and get this bad boy cleared up. So Snakebite, you said that you did this. From your experience having done this, how long did it take you to clear the whole thing out, to actually just knock all the blocks down? And Lexi Michelon, how are you doing? Happy Friday night to you. It is good to see you. And I might just go around the perimeter here and just slowly work my way into the center. Because I figure this will be the longest of the runs if I do it like this. This is going to look so crazy when we have all this ore on the floor. This is going to be mad. But people have been asking about this for quite some time. They're like, Rusty, are you ever going to clear your mine out? And I've always kind of hesitated to do it because I knew it was going to be a big job. Just think of it as harvesting in Farming Simulator. Probably about 2 to 3 hours steady. Oh, well, that's good. I mean, I'm up for 3 hours. I can do that. Kristen Blood, how you doing? Knocking the blocks down doesn't take much time. It's sorting and picking up all the ore. Yeah, that's going to be the challenge. But thankfully, I've got 6 infiniballs to vacuum a bunch of this stuff up. And while I'm vacuuming it up, I should be able to make the other 4 without too much trouble. I'm hoping. I'll be able to multitask that pretty easily, I think. Okay, well, it's good to know that we got like 2 to 3 hours of time in front of us. That works. And like I said, I had it. I want to say that I already had like 10% of the job done when we got started with this. Yeah, now that we can hold down the E key, I mean, if given the fact that in the past you couldn't hold down the E key, I would have needed to have bought a brand new keyboard just for this task. But now we won't have to worry about that because you can just hold down the button and just kind of zerp it up like that. So another question is, when you get this cleared up, does it have like better lighting in it? Because that was always one of the big issues with this, is that the lights in this thing kind of stink. So I'm hoping that when you get this cleared up, it makes it brighter in here. And for those of you who have cleared this out, maybe you know. You'll want to pick it up while you're dinking. It will get in the way. Okay. We'll see how we do. If we're getting to the point where we're like getting completely clogged up, then we'll go with that. Oh, they added more lights to the mine. Good. That's good to know. Because as it stands right now, it's really darn dark in here in a lot of places. They're ambient. Gonna have ambiance. It's gonna be mood lighting in the mine. I could go with that. And like I said before, we're not going to worry. I mean, the only reason that we have the store open at all is for the people to buy gas. That's it. But aside from that, I'm not doing anything in terms of taking care of customers. I'm not worrying about water. I'm not worrying about any food, anything like that. So if we run out of stuff in the store, we run out of stuff in the store, and I don't care. I'm basically doing this to make the passive income of people buying gas, and that's it. That's the primary goal with that. Lighting isn't great, but it's better when you open it up. Okay, good to know. So not yours. How are you doing? Happy Friday to you. You invite me to take a tour. A tour of my mind? Is that a 3-hour tour? Because that's what we're gonna be at, I think. Thinking like crazy. But we'll finally be able to say that we have it done. And that's the most important part. Now, I did see a little bit of Bad Wolf after she had everything cleared out, and it seemed like she had infiniballs that had like over 1,000 pieces of ore in there, which is crazy. Oh, we hit the end of the run. Oh, you put a tour of yours on. Oh, put a tour of you put a tour of yours on YouTube. Do you mean like a tour of your mind or a tour of something else? I wasn't sure what you meant there. Oh, oh, yep. Now we're getting some that's in the way. All right, here we go. Yeah, now we're getting some that's in the way. That's fine. So let's do this. Gonna grab one of these, get a bunch of clay and stuff and put it in there. So let's do that. Let's put that away. Grab a bunch of, just zerp up as much stuff as we can here. I probably should have tried to do all the stone and clay first. That would have probably been a smarter idea. But I didn't really think about that. Yeah, and I mean, maybe I can do that now. Just work on getting all the stone and clay out of here first. Yeah, we'll have a whole lot of ore when we're done. No doubt about it. I'm certain of. Yeah, maybe I'll do this and try and take care of all the stone and clay first, because that'll make that easier a little bit, possibly. Oh, that's going to get stuck there. That's fine. Let's get that out of there, because otherwise it's going to get crazy. Let's just drop that back there. Yeah, let's try and do that. And actually, I'm going to run back to the other side and do this. I'm going to try and have a little bit of a method to the madness here. Because that way, if I can limit myself to stone. Oh man, there's a whole bunch of stuff from like way back when the mine wasn't even built yet. That ore's been sitting in there for ages. Oh, that's nuts. Goofler's Gaming, how are you doing? Happy Friday night to you. also known as Thomas Squapich. I wonder how many songs you can come up with that go to the go the beat of the dink. Ah, that's a good question. I have no idea. Probably a lot. Probably a good number. And yeah, this may not work, but it felt like a decent idea to try. But in the end, it may not work all that well. But it was a thought. I think it's just going to be an issue when I get into the corners. So maybe I'll just keep on going with this, and maybe it will be all right. I can probably just keep on clearing out the whole thing, and not worry about doing the stone and the clay first. Because out here, it's no big deal. It's just going to be when we get into the tight areas, the tight spaces. Then I'll have to really start scooping it up. All right, so we're about 15 minutes in at this point, I'd say. Maybe a little less. I mean, the stream clock says, for me, it says 19 minutes, but we didn't start right at 19 minutes. So we've probably been doing this for about 15 minutes now. You made a stream what your center station looks like? Oh, yeah, definitely. I will absolutely take a look at that. For sure. Mad Labs are great, man. Yeah, I will definitely take a look at that. See what that looks like. Oh no, I was going to say, do I have the game audio on? And I do. So I just want to make sure of that. This is the kind of stuff that I can imagine that, like, when Josh from Let's Game It Out is like figuring out ways to break games, and he's doing all the stuff, and he's playing for like the hours and hours and hours that he can to like break games. This is that kind of thing. This would be an equivalent where he's just doing all the random stuff, all the mundane stuff that he then leaves out, and then has his final version of the video. But it takes all of the hours that it takes for him to get there. So we're getting close to the back of this run. I wish I knew how many blocks there were in this thing. I mean, I know there's an easy way to figure it out, but I mean, you could like do all the running and figure it out. But I've taken out too much of it already to probably get an accurate guess. All right, there's the gold on the left. Marcy Far, how are you doing? Happy Friday to you, Friday night. The gentle dinking is underway. The relentless gentle dinking. We're more than 3/4 of the way towards having the outer layer completely mined out. So like layer number 1, the outer perimeter. All right, there's the back wall. All right, now we just make this turn. And it'll also be interesting to see how much money we end up making in gas from all this. I didn't realize that they had stuff in these little corners as well. How far has this game come? Remember when you used to have to dink twice to get one random? Or oh my gosh, those were such painful days, worship. That was just such sheer pain. Oh look, lights right there in the stone. How about that? It's amazing how that works. Oh, now we're back here at this part here. So yeah, I guess I haven't gone around this way. All right. Once you clear the mine, are you still able to mine materials? Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, doing the mining doesn't preclude you from then being able to mine anymore. Because these will always be here. This is just basically clearing out space is all it is. Oh, and those can be dinked. Okay. Wow, that is dinkable. That is dinkable. It's very interesting that they have like stone in those little spaces there. And Chili Dog, how are you doing? A happy Friday night to you. So for those of you who are wondering exactly what the heck we're doing here, we're basically, our mission is to clear out the entire darn mine. Get it mined and then suck it all up. That's what we're trying to do here. That is the goal. That is the mission. And we're now on the back wall of the outer perimeter here. Okay. And now it's going to get snug. Yep, it's going to get snug. So we'll have to maybe go more towards the front. Yeah, let's do that. You had to reprogram your action because you killed my original action key. Oh my gosh. That's no good. And Bree is me. How are you doing? Happy Friday night to you. All right, so let's go in this next layer. You're in the middle of mining yourself. Awesome. It's a mining party. it's a giant Center Station Simulator mining party. Gonna get it all mined up. And let's get that. Okay. This was such a unique idea by these guys to have just like this giant mine. But yeah, like you said, Worship, I mean, where this game is now compared to where it was in the past is a crazy thing to think about. Because it has changed so much from what it was. It's your party and you'll mind if you want to. You would mind too if it happened to you. So these are what, 4 high? All right, 4 high. Got all the sides open. We almost have all the sides open. We're pretty close. We got to the back and we ran out of room. So we're now working on the next layer in, just to try and help us clear out some more space so things can kind of move a little more. And hopefully that'll give us more room, and then we can get back to that back layer again. Yeah, because I had going in, I might have had about 10% of the thing open. I want to say. Maybe. And we'll yeah, the scooping it all up is going to be the challenging part. Just because it's all just going to be kind of intertwined. But we'll do the best with the best with it that we can. And it'll be interesting to see how much of everything we have when we're done. Because I know the numbers are going to be absurd. But we won't have to worry about mining for a long, long time after that. So we'll have that going for us. You don't use the storage pallets for the ingots? Yeah, I actually took mine down. I think I might. No, I think all of mine are down now. In our last live stream that we did, I pulled all of mine down because I knew I wasn't going to need them anymore. So Sour Patch, yeah, two lives in one day. Yeah, we're going to be doing a bunch of live streams this weekend just because it's just me at the house this weekend. Susie Lou is up in Chicago with the family, and they're going to be going to a concert in downtown Chicago tomorrow. And I stayed behind, so we're going to be doing all kinds of live streaming this weekend. I'll probably have a couple of them tomorrow as well. I know it's crazy, it's scary. We'll get through it together. It'll all be fine. um, but yeah, I'm going to probably do at least one tomorrow, if not two, just because we can. So we'll have live streaming plenty. Oh, that one's on my head. Okay. We're down to, yeah, someone left me unsupervised. It's all the shenanigans coming up. Nothing but. I will have gone stream mad by the time it's over. But no, it's going to be a lot of fun. One I know for sure I'm going to do tomorrow is going to be I'm going to do some farming sim tomorrow, farming sim 25. I might do that with my early stream tomorrow, and then with my late stream tomorrow, I'm not sure what I'll do, but I'll figure something out. So Not Yours is heading to the lurking zone. Drive safely. Yes, drive safely for sure. And listen away. Uh-oh, am I going to the naughty corner again? I didn't even do anything this time. At least not that I know of. I thought I was good this time. But perhaps I wasn't. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, get that one. Get that one. There we go. How are we doing? About we're more than halfway through the row here. And hopefully with this, we'll have a good amount of space back there where we can start picking up the rest. It's ready for me just in case. That's good to know. I mean, it's always important to have the naughty corner at the ready. It's critical because I'm unsupervised. Oh, man. Well, Sour Patch Kid, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you again soon. Take care of yourself. I'm going to hear the sound in my sleep. I can tell already. I'm gonna have like dreams overnight, and it's gonna be of this game. Has that happened to anyone else before? Where you play a game so much in a day or a time period that you end up having dreams about it when you go to bed? Or is that just me that's happened to? I can't just be me that's happened to. So Yes, we always keep the lurking zone and the naughty corner always in tip top shape. It's important to keep those in tip top shape. They're cornerstones of the Rusty Champaign experience, so we got to keep them in tip top shape for sure. So you're gonna do another video on your updated mine? Awesome. That sounds cool. The upgrade of the pickaxe is huge. That's a major, major upgrade. I could not imagine this without it. It would not be good. All right, we're just about at the end of the second layer in. One of the second long layers. That's good. And we're doing pretty good on space. Oh, almost. Okay. Mark, you have a wonderful night, and thank you very much for coming by. We'll see you again soon. All right, there we go. 2 rows in, or 2 layers in from the left. And let's see how much we're going to be able to clear back here before it gets to be too tight again. We'll see. Maybe we'll have more. Maybe we'll have more space here, just by clearing this row out. Maybe that'll work for us. Because I've never cleared out this back section, so I don't even know how far across this goes. I know it's not as far this way as it is. I mean, this is the width, and the width isn't as wide as the length is long. So we won't have to go as far to get over to the other wall. And the other concern I have is what the heck is this going to do to my frame rate when we start having a million ingots on the ground. But I guess we'll find out. If it really starts getting bad, I'll have to improvise. 84 degrees. Yeah, well, I mean, in Australia, that seems like that happens a lot. That's one of the that's one of the perks of living there, is that it's always pretty warm a lot of the time, I think. I mean, I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I do like to change the seasons, but at the same time, I'm not a fan of the winter at all. Do not like the winter. And I mean, this is from someone who's lived in Chicago and in the Midwest all their life. And I'm at the point now where it's like, yeah, I'm good with not having winters as much. So 84 is pretty mild. That's nice that 84 can be considered pretty mild. It's a little bit funny that could be considered pretty mild. But it's all about perspective, I guess. Okay, can I get all the way through? Can I get to the other side here? Let's see. I yeah. Now the snow. I mean, the snow is interesting because I don't mind the snow. I just hate having to deal with it. I mean, I'm not a fan of having to shovel it. So it's stuff like that that just bums me out, because it's just that's the part where it's a lot of work, and it's like, you know what? I just would rather not have to deal with that. If I could somehow avoid it, I really rather would. But if I can't, then so be it. I just want to see how far across. Oh, that only goes there. Okay, cool. We're actually almost at the other side here. So you don't like the heat, but isn't it like always normally 30 there? I mean, do you ever have times where it gets to be? I mean, because I mean, if I'm right, the temperature there is always kind of 20 and above all year round, isn't it? I mean, it never gets to be like cold there. I'm thinking, or am I wrong? But I don't think it ever gets to be like cold, cold. You did have your mind without the upgraded pickaxe. Oh my gosh! Ouch! Ooh. I'm sorry to hear that. So not yours. That must have been horrible. Ouch. Oh, you don't drive. Yeah, if you don't drive, then that also helps out because then you don't have to worry about it from that standpoint. Yeah, if you're in a world where you don't have to drive in the snow, then that's pretty. Then that helps out too. Bill Cooper, how are you doing? Happy Friday night to you. It is great to see you. We are now about a half hour into our giant mining experience here. Getting through the back. A day in the teens is considered cold. That's kind of what I thought. I felt like it never got to be that cold there. Because it's just Australia and it's most of it seems like it's quite temperate. Okay, so we've got the entire. Oh, there is this section here. Okay, so this goes back. So what's back here? Is this just more aluminum back here? I'm guessing. That's odd. I never went back here. So maybe this entire back wall is like aluminum? Hmm. I would never guess. 22 is good. 22 is good. I live in the state of Illinois, in the town of Champaign, which is pretty much like center east. If you go maybe about 40 miles to the east, you end up in Indiana. But yes, wonderful, wonderful central Illinois. Good old corn country is where I am. So, okay, so those are both aluminum. Yeah, I'm guessing that they put two aluminum back there just because they had nothing else to do in that back section. It's the only thing that makes any sense to me. They're like, well, we got to put something back here. Let's put some more aluminum back there. And so that's what they went with. So we don't get a ton of snow here. It depends on the year, and in the more recent years, we have not really gotten that much snow. It has not been as bad as it has been in years past. Wow, this is a mess. This is bad. All right, we're gonna try and scoop up a bunch of this with or can I just clear out a little more space and have this just kind of keep falling over to this side? We've in the past few years we have not really had much snow at all. And in an average year at this point, we might get over the course of the entire season, maybe a foot or two, and that will be over the course of the entire winter. So we'll still have times where we get a doozy of a snowstorm, but it happens less and less frequently. The past few years, we really haven't had anything in the way of any major snow. I think I shoveled once all of last season, and then there were the couple of winters before that where I hardly had to shovel at all. If I did at all, it was they were very mild winters. So I mean, all in all, it's not too bad. All right, the frame rate is really really hurting now, so I'm gonna have to start scooping some of this up. So where did I put my one for clay? There it is. So let's grab that. Yeah, we got to start scooping some of this up because the frame rate is like, please help me. Please, please do something for me. So we're just going to see how much of this we can scoop up as we run through here. See how much we'll vacuum. Because it might just fall in here, possibly. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe we'll get lucky with a lot of it. Yeah, because right now I'm just holding down E and hoping for the best. Hoping that it falls in here. I mean, that's all I can do at this point is hope for it. And then I'll come back and do the same thing with the stone. Just get as much stone out of here as I can. And we're just going to probably end up doing a whole lot of passes like this just to pick up as much as we can here. So it's 47 in Arkansas. Okay. That's pretty good. Oh, you suggest stone first. Okay, we can do that. I can switch over to stone. Yeah, let's do that. So let's drop that. And let me grab my stone one. Let me go up to the front here. Stone. Grab my stone one. There. Okay. And scoop. And let's do all the scooping of all the stone. Yeah, because I guess because the stone is more prevalent than the clay. That makes sense. I totally get that. Now that you mention that, that makes a lot of sense. Worship space, you made sense. You might have to send yourself to the naughty corner. You know how this goes. You know how the rules are. You know how the rules go with this. So, oh yeah, we got a bunch of stone here. That works. So yeah, we'll get a lot of this zerped up here, and that'll definitely help out. Yeah, like I said before, I'm going to be very interested to see how much of each of these things we're going to have in each of our infiniballs when it's done. I'm sure it's going to be a crazy number. Not even fighting it. So you get a decent amount of snow every winter. And where are you, Snakebite? Did you say? I didn't. I don't. I don't remember if I saw. If you said where you are. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of stone in here when it's over. A lot. Yeah, this this is madness. Back this way. Sheer unadulterated madness. Idaho. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Idaho. Yeah, I mean that's. I mean the winter there must seem like it never stops. I'm guessing. Yeah, never been to Idaho. I'm sure it's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, everything I know about Idaho, I know from the movie Napoleon Dynamite, and that's it. But I mean, it seems absolutely gorgeous. I actually worked with someone who used to live in Idaho, and she had nothing but great things to say about it. Um, but yeah, I could not imagine living there. You wish you got more snow in southern Pennsylvania. How much snow do they get in southern Pennsylvania? I would have figured that they do pretty good too. I mean, it seems like they would get about as much as we do here, but perhaps not. Idaho is in the northwestern portion of the United States. It's almost on the west coast, but not quite. It's one state over from the west coast of the United States. It's the state to the west of it is Washington, and Washington is on the west. It's the northwest coast of the United States, basically. So Idaho is pretty close to the northwest coast of it. Home sweet home. That is awesome. So not yours. I hope you're glad you made it home safe. And William, how you doing? Happy Friday night to you. Is it cold up here? It's better today than it was yesterday. Yesterday kind of stunk, but today it's better. Today it was in the 40s, which for this time of year is about normal. Um, and tomorrow I think it's also supposed to be in the 40s, and then we're supposed to get into the 50s for the next couple of days, which will be kind of nice. And then we're gonna drop right back off again. So, all right. Well, that was a good scoop. I got 400 and so in there this time. That's a good first pass. All right, so let's drop that off. Oh, nice. Let's grab my clay again. Let's try that one more time. Pick up a bunch of this again, because this should go pretty good now that I cleared up a bunch of the stone out. Last year you did not get any snow. Okay. Yeah, and I mean we've had the same kind of thing here in Champaign where we had a bunch of years where we didn't really get a lot. So it's been the past few years have been pretty mild, and I don't know if this year's supposed to be much of a change from that. Man, this is so much easier when you can just hold down the E key. I cannot imagine this if you're in a world where you can't hold the E key down. It's got to be. It would just have to absolutely suck. It would have to be just horrible, an absolute nightmare of an experience doing this without holding the E key down. Good news, we're over 8,000, over $80,000. Let's see. Does this game use up my VRAM? My computer's not struggling, if that's the question. But this I've got a laptop, and it's an what kind of laptop is it? It's an Asus laptop, and it's got a nice graphics card in here. I mean, it's obviously not like it's not its own graphics card because it's a laptop, but it's got a 4070 in it, the GeForce 4070. So it's got a lot of oomph to it. You set your flashlight to L. Yeah, I probably should do the same thing because I've hit it more times than I want to count. So yeah, we're getting closer to the bunker. We're only $920,000 away from the bunker now. We're just about there. All right, there's one good pass with that. Let's see. Lights. Let us grab another one. Let's go maybe with iron with this one because iron's going to be pretty prevalent. So let's grab iron with this one. Kind of go through here, grab a lot of. We'll probably grab iron and coal with these because iron and coal we see a lot, and that'll end up being big scoops with that. So you set your flashlight to T for torch. That's a good idea. That makes sense. That's another one of those things that's interesting because in a lot of places they don't call a flashlight a flashlight; they call it a torch instead. Just always interesting how things change from one area to another, and how in some places it's a flashlight, in other places it's a torch, and why is it a flashlight in one place and why is it a torch in another? I don't quite understand why that is. One of the eternal mysteries of life that we'll never quite understand. So, yeah. Yeah, because I know in Australia it's a torch. I know that from watching Drain Cleaning Australia because Bruce always talks about how he's got his torch with him. Um, so good old Drain Cleaning Australia. So many things I've learned from watching Drain Cleaning Australia. he's a, he is one heck of a unique dude, man. A very unique. Yeah, I honestly I don't know how much of my RAM it uses up because I have not ever checked. So I don't I don't have anything that like shows me statistics on how much is being used up. But I'm assuming it doesn't get used up too much because like I said, it doesn't feel like it's struggling and the frame rate's not hurting. Even with having all this stuff on the ground, the frame rate's been pretty good through all this, and the game could be crying a lot more given the fact that we've got basically hundreds and hundreds of individual objects on the ground, and my computer's like, oh, okay, that's fine. Well, I can deal with this. Yeah, yeah, he is cool. He's a lot of fun. I and it seems like he's been doing this for the past couple of years, and he's up over 200,000 subscribers now, and it seems like he's just kind of slowly but surely kind of taken off because his videos from a couple of years ago, he talked about how he only had, or he might mention subscriber counts, and he might have talked about how he had like 40 or 50,000, and it just seems like he's just really had a real nice steady climb. But the dude is, I mean, he's a character, and that definitely makes a big difference. He's just like Mr. Personality, and that definitely helps out a lot because without it, I don't know if he would do as well. But he's just a hoot, and that makes a big difference. All right, I think that's a pretty good first pass with stones or with iron. Yeah, typical Aussie humor. I still find it funny that in Australia, it's a very common thing to say Bob's your uncle or Bob's your mother, or Bob's your mother's brother. Well, I know it's Bob's your uncle, but I just find it funny that that's like a regular saying there because you don't ever hear anyone around here say Bob's your uncle, but with that being apparently as prevalent as it is there, it seems surprising that it is. But I mean, every area has their own thing. So I totally get it. You call it the flashlight, but everyone else calls it a torch. Yeah, yeah. And again, that just depends on where you are in the world. Some places it's a flashlight, other places it's a torch. When you clear out the mine, you can say it to Bob's your uncle. I'm pretty sure I'm going to say you little ripah. That's going to be my first one. I love that line, man. That line is great. You little ripah. I it just makes me wonder. That's another one. It's like where did that come from? Because I've not ever heard that anywhere else. I mean, that's obviously not a saying here, but it apparently it's very common there for whatever reason. It's like, what is a ripa, and how did it become a saying? All the things, so many questions, always so many questions. Let's see. Am I still checking out my water? No, I'm not. The only thing I'm making money from, William, is people stopping to buy gas. That's it. So so anyone who comes into the store, they're just going to leave without getting anything. But people will always stop and buy gas. So that's the only reason why I have the store open is for the people that are going to come by and get gas. That's it. So yeah, I'm not worrying about getting anything with water or anything like that because the only thing I'm gonna go back to the building for is to work on getting some more infiniballs because I think I need like 4 more in order to do this. Dragon Den Studios, welcome to Rusty Champagne. Thank you so much for subscribing and a happy Friday night to you. So yeah, I'm only keeping the store open so that way I can get the income from the people that come and buy gas because we've got the gas station fully built, so that's gonna make that a lot easier. Because we've got 9 islands for people to come and buy all the gas in the world, and that will make a big difference. And I'm not trying to be too precise with this. Um, what's the mine time up to? We're about I'd say 50 minutes in now. This is going to be a thing. I could see this already with all the scooping it up. But the nice thing is that when we have a lot of this first pass done, at least we'll be able to we'll have a lot of space, and that's the big thing. It's just kind of clearing a bunch up for this first space, and then we'll have more and more floor available, and we can just have it kind of pile up on the floor. But right now we just got all these crowded corners, which you had mentioned, and we gotta clean them up a bit. But once we get them clean, then we should be able to do a real steady stream of dinking to get everything pretty well cleaned up. Get the mine at least completely cleared out. But right now we just got to clear up the floor space. Yeah, it's so snug back here. This corner's a mess. And I'm trying to get it cleared out, but yeah, this one is ugly. It is a giant pile back here, and it's just trying to get it all knocked down is a thing. It's funny that we can walk through this because we are basically a disembodied spirit. The money's going up because of the gas. That's what's causing that to happen. And some of this must be stuff that must be stuff that I had mined before because it's floating in the air. And that happens in the game. Like when you leave the game and then come back to the game, anything that was in the air stays in the air. So it doesn't fall down. So that must be what a lot like that cobalt. That must have been there from before. All this stuff must have been there from before. Is what I am guessing. All right. You built a foundry for every ore in your cleared out mine. That's probably not a bad idea. Probably not a bad idea to do that. What do I want to get? I think I need to get silver because I need to run silver back in order to make more infiniballs. So I think I'm going to get a bunch of silver because I've got it. This I've got to run back because I am out of silver I'm out of silver ore. All the other things I'm doing pretty good on ore, but the silver I am like out. That was the first one I ran out of. And without that, I cannot make any more infiniballs. So I got to get to the point where I have like 80 of, I got to have like 80 gold, 80 copper, 80 silver, because I don't think I need any more than like 4 more infiniballs to finish this up. I think I need 10, and I've got 6, if my math is right. You went around the outside. Yeah, I was trying to do the same. Well, I mean, as you've seen, and we'll get back to it. I've just got to get this corner knocked down. This corner is just it's still a giant mess, and I think once we can get this a lot cleared up, we'll be in pretty good shape. But it's just a matter of trying to knock all this down. Like that is floating in my head. And I think that that's the part that's hurting me, is that I might add stuff that was there before. And because it was there before, it's causing everything else to kind of log jam around it. Yeah, 10. I think it's 10. I think my math is right on that, because we got, let's see, iron, copper, silver, gold, aluminum, cobalt, coal, clay, stone. There's 9. And I don't know if I missed one. I'm sure I did. It might be 9 or 10. I don't think it's any more than 10. But maybe it is. I don't know. I thought it was only 10. It's 9. Okay. So I only need 3. That's better. Good to know. Okay. 9. Well, that means I only need to make 1 fewer. So that's good to know. So we're going to take this. I'm going to I'll put this up here. That's fine. I'll let that roll. And I'll come back and in my whenever I make my next pass, I'll come back and get that ore and start putting it up there. But again, at this point in time, I don't need the infiniballs right now, so we're good. All right, and I've got 5 that are full. We've now cleared out a bunch of space, so now we can continue the run. And let's see how far back I got to go here. And we're approaching the 1 hour mark. Well, 1 hour since I started the stream, but that includes like the coming soon and all that. So yeah, we're about 1 hour down. Okay. And yeah, now I'm just going to start working on the second pass here. Yeah, I think this is going to be a lot better as we just keep on taking out. Yeah. Just kind of keep on running through here like this. Keep taking out. If I feel like if I just keep going around the perimeter, it will slowly get to the point where we'll get to the middle and there won't be that much left. It's just these tight corners are the challenge. I've just got to get these corners widened out. And once I do that, we'll be in good shape. I think this is worse than harvesting in FS25 Worship. I think this is worse. Well, I'm glad that you're happy that I'm doing this. I did have a number of people that were like, Rusty, are you ever going to clear out your mind? When are you going to clear out your mind, Rusty? Rusty, why haven't you cleared out your mind yet? Rusty, are you going to clear out your mind? And now we're clearing out our mind. Okay, the first two layers at the front are done. So that's good. Let's do this next layer in too, because again, this is going to help us clear out a bunch of space at the front. And that will just help to give us a landing zone for stuff. You're halfway through harvesting with that combine that has no storage. Oh my gosh. That is brutal, Worship. Why do you do such things to yourself? You do know that if you take a contract, you don't have to complete it. You can be like, nope, not doing it. Not going to take that one. Thank you, but no thank you. Unless you're just like up for that challenge, which I mean, if you are, that's great, and I tip my hat. Grandpa asked you to. Oh man, it's always Grandpa, all the time. Damn Grandpa. You notice that Grandpa's not doing it himself because Grandpa's smart and he got out of that game. He's like, I knew this wasn't the thing to do. Let me get my grandkid to do it for me. This is gonna take a while. I knew this was going to take a while. I'm in this one for the long haul. This is not going to be fast, and I knew it. But at the same time, it's Friday night and it's just chill, so not too much else going on. It's a nice, fun Friday night stream. Very very laid back, very relaxed. Hey, we got more lights that are showing up there. More ambiance. All right, so we got 3 at the front cleared out now. That's start. You have 2,100 of ore storage, 2 drills per ore, and going to add 1 more drill per ore because the storage is not filling up fast enough for me. Oh man, I hope this doesn't take until 2 in the morning. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I mean, if the general consensus has been that it's going to be 2 to 3 hours of dinking, then I think we'll be okay. And if it does, then I just sleep a lot tomorrow. That'll be all right. That just means you're all required to stay here with me the entire time. That's all it is. So I feel like this is the equivalent of like when you have sim racers that do endurance races. Like one of the guys that I watch, his name is Rory Alexander. I think he goes by Aries when he plays Gran Turismo. And he did a 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and he streamed it. And by the time he was done, I mean, it was literally 24 hours, and he did it himself. And by the end of the 24 hours, I think he was going a little stir crazy. And it was like the full ring of the Nürburgring, not the short one. The whole hog Nürburgring, and he did it for 24 hours. And I can only imagine that this is the same kind of thing, other than the fact that it's just relentless dinking and there's not really much challenge to it. But it's going to be the same thing, just like a giant marathon of dinking. So 2 a.m. for you is 7 p.m. for me, so you're good. Well, I don't blame you if you don't stay the entire time. Give me a good cold beer and you'll do it for me. I'll see if I can find a way to send one your way. I'll see what I can do. No, I don't think this is going to be too bad. I think it'll be all right. The collection is going to be the hard part. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. First things first, I want to just see how long it's going to take me to get all this cleared out of here. And then we can go from there. So they are very chill. The late night ones are very chill. And that's what they're designed to be. They're just relaxed, kick back. It's for the things that we don't normally do in like in our earlier time slots. So and I'm assuming that other streamers have probably done a similar thing like this. It's almost like a challenge. See, can you clear out your mind challenge and not lose your sanity at the same time? Okay. I am on Central. So yeah, it is currently what? 10:07 p.m. here in my neck of the woods. So yeah, I am an hour and 53 minutes from the future becoming the present. How far back are we? Oh, okay, we're at the silver, so we're getting there. Yeah, I'm I'm going to be very interested to see how much money we end up with in our coffers by the time we're done clearing this thing out. I think we're going to be well over $100,000, but we'll see. Mountain Time. I wasn't sure if Idaho was on Mountain Time or if they were on Pacific. So that must be at the very far western part of Mountain Time, I'm guessing. Which, oh man, and living in the far western part of a time zone, oh man, that's brutal. If you're in the if you're in the far western part of a time zone, that's rough in the winter, man. Especially in the north. Oh, that's got to be horrible. How many time zones are there in the U.S.? There are 4. There's Pacific, there's Mountain, there's Central, there's Eastern. And then if you go just a little bit to the east, there's the Atlantic time zone, but that's for northeastern Canada. There's nothing in the United States that's in the Atlantic time zone. But parts of Canada are, or Nova Scotia, which is still Canada. But yeah, Atlantic time is outside of there's nothing in the U.S. that's Atlantic. It's just to the east of where the United States ends. And how many time zones are in Australia? Because I want to say Australia is like what? Like if you're Western to Eastern Australia, you're what? 4 hours different? Or is it 5? Or is it 3? I know they're on different times. I just don't know how different they are. Come on. Yeah, this part's getting snug too. I'll go at it from this side. You have 3 time zones there. Okay, for some reason I thought there were 4. I thought that Western to Eastern Australia was separated by 4 time zones, but I am wrong. Once again, showing that my geography has failed me. Oh, okay. All right, so we're 3 rows in. 3 hours difference between Western Australia and New South Wales during daylight savings time. Okay. Got it. 2 otherwise. Got it. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, because I had a period of time where I lived in Western Michigan, like right off of Lake Michigan, Western Michigan, and in the winter or in the summer, the sun would set about 10 o'clock. But in the winter, the sun did not rise until like 8. It was after 8:30, and I could not handle it. And I did not live in Western Michigan for much longer after that. I could not do it. I just could not do it because I can't handle the late sunrises. It's horrible for me. Because most mornings I'm normally up by like 5:45. That's my normal wake up time. Wake up about 5:45. The snooze goes off a couple times. I'm out of bed by like 6:15. And so when it gets to, like right now, it's getting tougher and tougher because we did just have the time change and that gave us some more light in the morning again. But now we're starting to slowly lose it. And in not too long, we're going to get back to the point in time where the sun's going to be rising at almost 7:30 again. And that's just hard. That is just not easy. I mean, the summer is great when the sun's coming up at like 5:30 in the morning. I'm plenty good with that. Does Maine have a little bit of Atlantic time? I didn't think they did. I mean, you could be right, but for some reason I thought that all of Maine was in the Eastern time zone. I don't know. That's worth Googling. I can't right now though because I'm dinking my life away. So, but yeah, so this is good. So we're already 3 layers in on the back and on the one side and on the front. So it's really only the only side where we don't have it is this far right side because everything got so cramped. Candace Wood, how are you doing? Happy Friday night to you. Welcome to the Friday night Center Station Simulator Dink Fest, where I'm using I'm using the keyboard and the mouse, so I'd like have to Google with my nose or something like that, or I'd have to stop dinking, and I can't stop dinking. It cannot be done. We're on a mission to get all the dinking done. So yeah, it's this corner. This corner is just brutal here. I just got to get this a little more opened up, and then we'll be good. You'd like to see me Google with my nose. Cowgirl Delight, how are you doing? Happy Friday night to you. It is good to see you again. The Dink Fest continues. We're about 1 hour and 15 minutes in now. We're 3 layers in on the left side. We're 3 layers in on the front, if not maybe 4. We're getting close to 3 layers in on the back. And then this far right side, I think we're maybe only a couple layers in. So yeah, we cleared out like 3 layers there, I want to say. And eventually I'm going to have to come through and I got to clear all that out too. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. Yeah, I feel like we're only 2 in here. So this part we got to keep on going. So such cozy stream vibes. It is quite cozy. It's the cozy, non-cozy game. I can't stop thinking because he's trying to beat your time, Bob. 2-ish hours. I'm on a mission, Snakebite. I'm on a mission. I got to make it happen. I don't know. This was a challenge that was thrown out there. Just playing some Luma Island in the background. I gotta start playing some Luma Island. I really do. Cause I played some of that game. I played the demo of it, and I really enjoyed it. I really did. I found it to be a fun game. You're curled up all cozy in the naughty corner. Stay here so I can make sense of puns without consequence. It's a good plan. At some point, I'm going to get myself to the naughty corner, and you can take over doing the dinking. I got to figure out how we can make that work for me. So I could take the place of Eden Crafts. It could. Yeah, I love those kind of games. I just wish they did better on the channel. That's the only thing. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, it doesn't resonate, and I don't know why. I blame Cans alone. because he does so darn good at it. No, it's not Cancelone's fault. Cancelone's awesome. It's not his fault. But I know that every time he does games like that, I mean, he rocks it. Like he did the first 5 hours of Luma Island, and it's got like over 15,000 views because that's the way everything goes for him, and it's wonderful. But yeah, I passed one. Oh no. Thank you. Um, yeah. Yeah, I know. Leave cans alone. uh, yeah, he does great with cozy games. He really does. And I think that all goes back to like Dinkum because he was like the Dinkum dude. I mean, he rocked the Dinkum out like crazy. Um, and ever since then, he's been like the king of cozy. He does really got to hit them all. can't can't leave him behind. Whatever you do. So you can't steal puns, and I can't do anything about it. Well, of course I can. I'm busy dinking. I can't do a darn thing about anything other than dink. Eventually, this entire thing is going to. This is kind of like mowing a lawn, starting on the outer perimeter, and then kind of just keep on doing rows inward and inward and inward. This is kind of the same thing that we got going on here. It's just that over here it's still really snug, so everything's kind of falling into these little, into this little tight hallway. Do they think the dev is going to add multiplayer or AI to this game? It would be interesting if they added multiplayer to this. It would be interesting to see what they would have to do to add multiplayer to this. Because the trouble is that this game doesn't have any character models for the people. Like, we're just a disembodied spirit swinging a pickaxe. So they'd have to somehow add character models for the players. So that could be a challenge. I don't know how hard of a challenge that would be. I could see them maybe adding AI. Although at the same time, if they added AI, that feels like it would almost take away a little bit from the game if they did that. Because it's, I mean, the beauty of the game is you're crafting everything yourself. So now if all of a sudden you have people that start crafting the thing for you, I think that takes away a little bit of the allure of the game. My opinion only. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. Angel Clods, how you doing? Just found your channel, got a lot to catch up on. Well, I'm glad that you're here. And happy Friday night to you. And I'm assuming it's your first live. With that being the case, high five you. It is great to see you. I hope you enjoy all the content that there is. For sure. I'm doing my headliners just like on Farm 25. Did I at one point actually call them headliners? Did I say that? If I said that they were headliners, I don't know why. I'm doing my headlands. But maybe I said headliners. I don't know. I would not put it past me if I said headliners. It definitely sounds like something I do. I could totally see that. So. Nicodemus, how you doing? Happy Friday night to you. Haven't been able to catch a live of late, have a health issue, and you've been really bad. Well, hey, that is perfectly fine, Nicodemus. I'm glad you're here. And as I always say, real life always comes first. So no worries if you're not able to make it. It's good that you're still supporting it however you can. So thank you for that. And yeah, don't ever worry if you're not able to make lives. It's perfectly good, man. It's perfectly good. You got to make sure you always take care of real life first. And I always appreciate the support, no matter what. So you just keep getting better, and we'll always be around, for sure. Let's see. Got paid today, but broke bills took all my money. Yeah. Bills are a bear. They really are. All you got to do is just keep on banging away at it. That's about all you can do. with stuff like that. That's about all you can do. Was just taking note of the roadmap, and it would seem a lot for a single-player game. Yeah, you are correct on that, Snakebite. And I'm really going to be interested to see exactly what all of the roadmap they end up implementing into this thing. I really don't know, because it's a very, very, very ambitious roadmap. Very ambitious. But who knows? Maybe they'll actually put it all in there. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Kristen, you could be right. I might have said headliner. It's, again, it absolutely sounds like something I would do. For sure. Yeah, and now I'm going to go do my headliners around my farm. I could totally see it. All right, we've cleared out another row on the right side if you're facing the front entrance. So we've cleared out another row here. That's good. Now we're going to start clearing out the fourth row from the front. Keep on going. You've been wanting this game for a while. It's been on your wish list for a while. It may at some point in time go on sale again. I could totally see that. So yeah, I mean, the best case scenario is that you find a time where you're able to get it for a little bit of a discount, and then you'll be able to join in on the fun. So I think we might get bodies in time. Yeah, it'd be cool if they gave us bodies. I'd be all for that. But yeah, right now we're just disembodied spirits. So you watch your YouTube videos, but live. Oh, I get it. I totally get it. But I appreciate you just supporting it from way early in the morning in the future. I definitely appreciate that. Oh man, more lights! I love it. It's starting to get a little bit more ambiance in here. So only get paid once a month. Yeah, that's rough. I've had that before. I had jobs where I only got paid once a month, and it's challenging. It really is. It's tough to do. But yeah, all you can do is just keep on banging away at things, and at some point you'll be able to it'll get into a better position, and you kind of go from there. So just keep fighting the good fight. It's the best you can do. Bodies will make it hard to walk through ores. That's true. There is something to that. Definitely something to that. So. When this is all said and done, I'm going to need a new pickaxe. This pickaxe is going to be like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? All right, quick Coke break here. All right, we are now 1 hour 25 into the Giant Dink Fest. It's like the fourth row in on the left now. And now I think we'll be good. Okay, I think we'll be okay here, and I won't have to worry about clearing too much. Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't speak too soon. I might have to do some more slurping up of stuff. Where's space? Off to the lurking zone. I need to find Bill and tell him to give me my money back. Bill always wants his money. It's how Bill is. It's just he's always got needs for his money. The mine progress. Yes, let's take a look. So the mine from the front is doing pretty good. So we appear to be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 rows across the front, or 11. So if these are all columns, looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 columns to go, going like that. So yeah, we're oh no, 12, because this is number 12. So we got 11 columns and change left to go, going across, or going like front of mine to back to mine, each being a column. And I don't know how long it's taking us to knock a column out, but it might be a few minutes. I should probably time one at some point and find out. I'd love to see this game come to console, because if it did, it would get in a heartbeat. It'd be interesting to see if this game could ever come to console. I don't know, for developers, I don't know how hard it is to take a title and port it over to console, especially for an indie developer. Because I mean, like the developer of this game, this is another one-person show. So I don't know how hard it is for a single developer to take a game and port it over to a console. Like how much of the programming they have to change, things like that. I'm not quite sure. It's hard to tell. Let's see. Groove Q775. How are you doing? A happy Friday to you. If you skip two, you would be able to see everything that is there instead of mining each time. Instead of mining each line. Um, if I skip two, I would be able to see everything that is there instead of mining each line. Oh, like going across, you mean? Is that I'm not sure. I'm guessing that's what you mean. So like if I did like rows across, possibly, or if I did it like a checkerboard fashion. I'm gonna probably have to do some more slurping. Yeah, I'm gonna have to slurp some more up here. I am almost positive. Yeah, this is getting snug. Yep, we're gonna have to slurp some more up. Let's do that. So let's grab where's my stone? Where did my stone go? That's clay. Is that stone? No. Where's my stone? Right there. I could always grab it using my teleporter. Make life a lot easier on me. So yeah, let's get a lot of this cleaned up, especially on the sides. It's not really the front that's bugging me. It's just it's these sides that where I'm running into the issues. So we'll just kind of run over this holding down the E key and see how much of this we get cleared up. Just kind of going nice little back and forth passes. That's a bunch of silver. So yeah, if I can do this with the stone and the clay, it's going to help me clear out a bunch of space. Just kind of keep on knocking the piles down. That's really all I'm trying to do here. I'm certainly not shooting for precision, just shooting for getting anything that I can find in kind of rapid fashion. Yeah, because we got a bunch of it back here. Just scoop up a bunch of that, and that'll help back there. Yeah, we're going to end up with like thousands of pieces of stone and clay when this is all said and done. I can just see it. Yeah. Yeah, this corner is still the nightmare corner. I'm going to probably have to get something to get all that copper, because the copper's all in suspended animation, and that's the thing that's hurting me. Is I've got so many things here that are just all suspended, and because they're all stuck in the air, it's keeping anything else from falling down, including that piece of aluminum that keeps on wanting to hit me in the head. Yeah, so I'll come once I get back up to the front. I'll grab my clay one, do another pass with the clay, and that'll help knock a lot of this down again. It's nice to know I'm not ever going to need any more stone or clay for the, for my toaster oven. making all my cement and all my asphalt. I won't ever have to worry about that anymore. We'll have that all covered pretty easily. You know what the pickaxe says at the end of the ship? Man, I got a headache. ah, I love it. Let's see. Your coal, clay. Just do it like this, dummy. There, just like that. Just bring it to you instead of searching for it in here. All right, here we go. Clay. Grab a bunch of this. Do a big circle. That will clear up a bunch here again. Just trying to work around the perimeter because the perimeter is where I'm having the biggest issue with everything piling up. Make a line like you are now, then skip to and mine another line. That way you'll be able to see what is available on each side instead of mining thousands of clay, stone, etc. Oh well, I mean, the end goal is still basically to just. Well, I mean, we're in the process of mining everything. I mean, I'm assuming you understand that. I might just be missing what you're trying to say. Uh, but yeah, the thing I think that you run into though is if you just do a line and you have stuff on both sides of you, then you end up with it gets really tight in there. And so that's where if I'm able to get enough of this picked up on the outside, then I'll just have room for everything to keep falling. It's just that everything was so snug in here before that I've just got to clear out more floor space is the big thing. And if I can clear up more floor space, then I think I'll be in good shape. Because I don't know if I had like one row in the middle, it'd be piling up on my head a lot, like it's kind of doing here. So I just if I can keep on clearing out the sides, and as I go on the sides, it can keep on cascading down towards the edges. So, ooh, why did I jump there? I have no idea. Yeah, there's a bunch of coal here, and then when I get to the point where I need the infiniballs, I'll probably go back to the lab and get everything I need to start making those. I've already at this point all the silver should be done. I think I need a bunch more copper because I think copper I was low on when I looked in the machine down there. I think that's where I was. All right, so there's a good pass with that. Let's drop that off. Let's grab the coal while we're at it because there's always lots of coal here. So let's do that. Grab as much coal as we can, and then I think we'll be in good shape. Why we don't have a jump in this game? Oh, why we have a jump in this game? That's a good question. I don't know because some people just love jumping. That's all I can figure. People just love to jump. Aside from that, I don't really have any idea why. Because it's not really all that necessary. Yeah, I've got all the suspended animation copper. I've got to fix that. That's where I'm having such an issue. All the copper is basically frozen in place, and that's causing me fits. So I'm gonna have to see if I can maybe make another infiniball or clear up something so that way I can get this copper out of here because it is all floating. For whatever reason, all the copper has basically reached a form of stasis that exists only to it and no other ore because it's all just hanging all in suspended animation. And I'm not quite sure why that is. What is it about the copper that makes it stay up in the air? I don't know. It makes no sense to me. Jumping helps you get unstuck. Oh, okay. That does make sense. I can see that now. I guess I've never got myself to a position where I've gotten stuck in the game, but I can see where if you did, jumping would help you get out of it. Okay. All right, so let's see. All right. It's like a giant vacuum cleaner. All right, so we're up almost to 500 coal now. Okay, that works. That's kind of decent. That's decent enough. That'll clear up enough. All right, so I've got to do something about the copper. The copper has now become an issue. Copper is causing me trouble. So let's run back to the lab. Because again, for whatever reason, all the copper is like hanging in the air, and I don't know why. It should not be, but it is. So we're going to go here, and I am going to, so that is empty. So I can take this and I can fill it up with copper. But I want to make sure that I've got enough stuff. Yeah, this should work. I should be able to do this. I should be able to fill this up with copper, and then I will have enough to. I'll still have enough balls to be able to make more infiniballs if I fill this up with copper. This will work. Okay, I can do that. Just want to make sure I didn't leave myself short one infiniball in this entire process, and I don't think I will, because I've got enough of the small ones where I can always do stuff in the smalls. Yeah, I don't know why all the copper is floating. And some of the aluminum for that matter. And I think I got some iron here too. So I've got an iron ball over here too. So I can get rid of some of this iron. Trouble with the iron and the copper is that they look so similar to each other. How would you do parkour without the jump? That's true. It'd be hard to do parkour if you couldn't jump. I do get that. Oh we always did the parkour back when we still had the when we had the what you call it, all of our pallets for our ingots, when we had all the ingot storage pallets. Yeah, then you can't parkour if you don't have them. That is a perfectly good reason. Now it all makes sense. Worship, you always have all the answers. Okay. Yeah, for whatever reason, all the cobalt is floating too. Why do we have floating cobalt? All the stuff back here is floating. It's like the floaty corner of our mine. It's like over here in this corner, the rules of gravity do not exist. And I don't know why. It's very confusing. Everything's just kind of hanging up. After the removal of the Halloween update, they only seem to buy water and hardly anything else. Make more money just with the gas station. Yeah, I don't know. Um, I don't know. I mean, they certainly don't buy the candy nearly as fast, which is unfortunate for me because I made a whole bunch of candy. I don't know about like other products and how quickly those go. I've not really paid too much attention to that because there's so many times that I don't have any of the products that they're asking for. Like if you go to the manual cash register and look at what they ask for, they're always asking for like a litany of stuff that I never have because I just don't have the time to make all the different things that they want. Like they want canned this and canned that. And I'm like, no, I just don't have the time for that. And so that's why I just, for the most part, only end up selling water myself because I'm normally busy doing 14 other things at the same time, as Worship can attest to and has seen me do all the time. And it gets to be a big thing routinely. So yeah, I've not really paid too much attention to what they have and have not been buying because I never go to the manual register or hardly ever go to the manual register to see exactly what it is that they want that I don't have, and I don't worry about taking care of what it is that they want because I'm just not that concerned about it for the most part. I'm a bad store runner. It's like, you want this? Well, you're not going to get it. Tough. It's just what, you're still in the naughty corner. I think you're going to keep yourself parked there the entire time. I think you're going to deliberately do that. I could be wrong, but I think that's what you're shooting for. Okay. Let's do one scoop of our iron because I think I had a lot of floating iron too. Let's go this way because this is where I've got all the floating issues. And most of this should be iron now, unless there's just some remnant copper around here. You still some water, candy, fruits, and vegetables. I do still sell some candy. We don't sell it nearly as fast as we used to. Because, I mean, during the Halloween update, everyone bought candy. Everyone that came in would buy candy. But now that's not as big of a thing anymore. The ores float when they get jammed up. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now we should be now. I mean, now when I cleared this, I think we'll be all right. Because now again, I think I'll have enough room for everything to kind of cascade down to the side. So I just gotta get a lot of this clear, and then I think we'll be good because it should be able to find its way down the edges. Yeah, it's just really it's here in the corners that it's bad. So if I can get rid of most of what we have in these corners, I think we'll be good. Especially back here in this nightmare section, because this section is horrible. This one is really bad. Um, but we've cleared a lot of it out. It's funny because the stone doesn't seem to get stuck like that. Only the ore did. But maybe there is some stone there that's kind of having a problem. I don't know. It's hard to say. All right, so that okay, that's going to clear us up a bit. I think we'll be in good shape here. Start making another run. Yeah, I think we'll be good here. I'm just going to go all the way back around to the front with this. We'll see how much more iron we can slurp up. Might get ourselves up over 500 of this, potentially. Yeah, that works. We are at 145 on the clock now. All right, so here we go, back into this row. And again, now I'm hoping that as things fall, they'll have more room, more and more room on the sides to keep falling. And this is column 1 of 12, basically. So if we did like 6 on the right and 6 on the left, this is 1 left. And we'll eventually meet in the middle. We're up $90,000 now. So we've sold almost $20,000 in gas, which is hilarious. And I am interested in seeing. Um, we've got ghosts holding them up. Man, we got a lot of ghosts in this mine, William. A lot of them. I'm going to be interested in seeing because the developers have said that once the game goes out of early access, they're going to do things to try and make it a lot easier to make money. I'm going to be very intrigued to see exactly what those things are that they're going to do to make it easier to make money. Because I still find it hilarious that they have, yeah, 9% of the bunker. That it's $1 million for the bunker. And they're like, oh, well, that's for the end game players. Like, really? Seriously? That just makes no sense. That's like something that World of Warcraft would have done back in the early World of Warcraft days. It's like, well, this is for end game players. It's like that's a horrible business model. Setting something up just where it's like, well, you can only get this if you're like if all you do is play this game. You really shouldn't do that. I don't believe in doing that as a business model. People may disagree with that opinion, but that's okay. I don't think that's a good way to go. So I'll be very interested in seeing what they do to make money easier to get. If I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, I probably wouldn't sit here and rail about the fact that I don't have it and they put up a bunker that costs too much. If I had $1 million, there you go. Ah. So for those of you who don't normally watch my streams, I'm sorry about the singing. I blame Worship Space. No, it's not her fault at all. it's somehow become a thing that I sing in all of my streams. And I have a horrible singing voice, but I still end up singing in all my streams. And I don't know why. But it's fun. Okay. $1 million price for the bunker won't change. There's parts to it. So, yeah, I figure they'll keep the price the same. I'm just going to be interested to see what they do to make money easier to get. Because I figure they'll have to make money easier to get. They don't have any choice. They've got to make money easier to get. Otherwise, they'll have a very limited number of people that have the bunker. And again, that's just not it's not a good business model. If you have 1% of your player base that has the bunker and the other 99% are looking at it going, man, why can't I get the bunker? That's not a good model. All right. Check something real quick here on my watch. So, okay. And I think we've done like 4 rows on the back here. I'm pretty sure. Worship, have I bitten off more than I can chew? Am I in trouble here? You can level with me. You can tell me. I think we'll be fine. You have 1.5 million and you're not opening the bunker. You're saving it for the next big update. That sounds like a good plan. How much do I value sleep? I'll get plenty of sleep. I'm not worried about that. That won't be a problem. We'll figure that part out. Nah, we'll be all right. I mean, the scooping it up isn't that doesn't take long. The scooping it up is faster than the mining it out. You can always sleep when you're dead. That's true. I always say that whenever I'm on vacation. It's like we can always sleep when we get back home. But right now we're on vacation. Let's enjoy our vacation. It's plenty of time to sleep when vacation's over. I don't know when the next update is for this game. They had a period of time there where they were doing updates pretty regularly on Wednesdays, but I think that the developer got to a point where everyone started expecting it, and he couldn't deliver on it regularly, so he stopped doing that, and people got mad about that for a little while, and now I don't think it matters as much anymore to people. But I think that was something that people had an expectation that there were going to be regular updates like that, and then it was a darned if you do, darned if you don't kind of scenario, because it wasn't something where he could constantly deliver quality updates, and then he stopped doing the weekly updates, and everyone got upset then too. So it was a no-win scenario. All that being said, I'm not sure when the next update's going to be. I'm guessing it might be a bit just because there was the one that we had just here a little bit ago, but I don't know. I'm fine with it being okay because I feel like I've still got plenty of things I need to do. Yeah, and we have checked out all the updates that are in the OG Supermarket Simulator. Those are in my Supermarket Simulator modded playlist because that's my more recent playlist. So I've got all the things that are like part of the updates in Supermarket Sim. I've been keeping up with that pretty well. For sure, I've been trying to do that. Me at work wish I could have a vacation, catch up on sleep. Me on vacation, party and play all night long. Ah, that's the key of vacation. Got to always be able to enjoy your vacations. For sure. Come on, you. Vacations always seem like they take forever to get there, and they always go by way too fast. I mean, we had our honeymoon that we took to Disney, and all we can talk about is when we're going to go to Disney again. And the time that we had there was great, but it felt like it went by in a blur. And yeah, that's just the general rule of vacation in a nutshell. They're just always too darn quick. And they shouldn't be, darn it. That's just not right. That's not the way vacations should go. Why hasn't anyone filled in vacations about this? Why haven't vacations gotten the memo that they should be longer? So, once you get the mine cleared out, it won't have to dink again because I can set up all the drills and storage in there and have the access point to the workshop. Oh, I'm gonna have to see how that all works because that was the thing I always wondered about. Is like, once you get all this cleared out, how do you get back to the workshop? So I guess we'll find that out soon. I didn't realize that there was an access point to the workshop. So cool. All right, we'll see how that works. That's a thing that I will discover here in not too long. Yeah, I missed one again. Did I? I don't. Oh, that one's a row in. I think I got everything in this column. I think this column is clean. I'm pretty sure. So, access point for the ores. Oh, okay. I thought you meant. Oh, I thought you meant there was an access point for the access point in the workshop. Oh, access point in the workshop. I thought you meant an access point to the workshop. Yeah, and the access point. I mean, I don't know. After I get all this done, I don't know how soon I'm ever going to need ore again. But I mean, I guess we'll worry about that another time because we're gonna run out of things that we need to make once we get all this cleared out. Really, the primary thing that I needed the ore for was to keep on making cards. That was the big one. But we'll get to a point where we don't need to make too many more. We can put the storage and the drills in the mine. Yeah, it's just then going to have to keep on running back and forth between that and the workshop. I think that was always why I was a little bit leery of setting all these things up here because then you just got to run it all back to the workshop. But I guess if you, I don't know, because you set up like workbenches and stuff in like that in here, or can you just set up storage in here? I don't know how any of this works. So yeah, I don't know what you can and cannot build in the mine. I know you can build stuff in here. I just don't know what. Just give you, uh, you go there and all you have is a pickaxe and an infinite supply of blocks. So, not your plastic refinery. Okay. Yeah, I thought that there was stuff that you could and could not build there. Yeah. I'll have to figure out exactly how I want to set all that up. I'll have to get a strategy for it. Because again, I don't play this game routinely because I mean it's part of the part of the mix. But yeah. I mean, if I was playing it routinely, it'd be a different story. How close are we to the front? Oh, wow, we're really close to the front. So we're going to have 10 columns to go after we get this one cleared out. $92,000 in the coffers. If I had my drills and my access point, I wouldn't really need to go to the mine at all. The trouble is that if I had all the drills, I'm going to have to build a bunch more power, which I can do. I know I can do that. I absolutely know I can do that. I've been derelict on building more power. I need to do that too. I really know I need to do that. That's really the only reason that I haven't been building it is because it's been it takes all the power is really all it is. I get lazy on stuff like that. And again, given the fact that I don't play the game routinely enough, like if this was all I was playing, then yeah, I would definitely push a lot more for optimizing every darn thing. Lights. Um, that's why I need to bring Wayne in to build me 1,000 solar panels. Yeah, Wayne, where are you, Wayne? Can you build me 1,000 more solar panels, please? I would love that. I mean, it's nice now because you can actually take all the solar panels and put them all in your infiniballs, which is good. So let's take a look at this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 columns to go, and we're just short of the 2-hour mark. With 10 columns deep to go. And hopefully I won't have to scoop up too much more. Hopefully I can just keep having it drop and it will not get gummed up. Because hopefully we now have enough space on the sides where it can just fall and not run into anything. Oh, there's Wayne. All right, Wayne, your project is to find a way to build another 1,000 solar panels. Happy Friday to you, by the way, and send them to me. No pressure at all. That's so funny that you're actually here. I didn't figure that you'd be here. That's good. Need to get my infrastructure built to be able to support what you need to run. Yeah, I feel like I've always been in pretty good shape with that. I've never been in a situation where I felt like it's where I couldn't run things because I've had things that I've been missing. But again, I don't have everything like completely supremely optimized because I'll get into the game for an update and then won't play it again for a while, and then I'll get into it for another update and then won't play it again for a while. I mean, I'm a selective player on it, so it's always worked good enough. So yeah, and if I was like if I played this and if I played this 3 or 4 times as much as I did, then I would definitely have a bigger need to try and get a lot more optimized. But with the way that I play it, I can MacGyver it and it doesn't hurt me too badly. So that's why I look at the amount of ore that we're going to have here, and I'm going to be like, yeah, this is going to be perfectly good for me because I mean, if I don't play it again until the next update, I'm not going to burn through all this ore anytime soon because I'll be playing other stuff, and then I'll come back here, and as I need things, then I'll have the ore, and if for some reason I need to get more ore, then I can always find a way to do it. So, yeah. But I could totally see it for people if this is like your game and this is the game you always play, and you're because I mean all you guys are probably miles and miles and miles ahead of me in this game, and so and you'll always be miles and miles and miles ahead of me in this game, and that's fine. It's to be expected. So yeah, It will, yeah, and it's not that big of a deal to dink 100 ore at a time, especially given the fact that your pickaxe runs so fast. And that's the thing. I mean, is that the access point? That was one of the trouble I had with the access point was the fact that the thing was just so darn slow, and you didn't have any way of knowing exactly what you were going to get out of it. It was still kind of a slot machine. You couldn't tell it to make nothing but copper. It was going to get you whatever it was going to get you. And I guess you could build a whole bunch of access points and you could go about it that way. I mean, you could turn this thing into a giant conglomeration of machines, and that certainly works. I totally get that. I just don't have the time to invest in it. That's all. Yeah. Oh, not with drills. Oh, yeah, that's right. If you have the drills, then you don't. Then you don't have to worry about that anymore. But and the drills are still so darn slow. That's right. Because I was thinking the old because it's been so long since I actually used the drills. But I remember the drills are slow. And even if you have the thing on there, the little gem that you put on the top, just set that right on top of the drill. They were still slow. That's why when I saw the mine, I'm like, well, shoot, I don't ever need the drills anymore because I can just run over here and I can mine as much as I need to mine, and I'm good with that. And I can teleport a ball over here, and then I can run back. It takes me 60 seconds to run from the Mad Lab to the mine, dink what I got to dink, and then run back. And then I don't have to worry about setting up the power infrastructure. I can just do what I need to do. So yeah, 3 per ore. I totally I can totally see that. Yeah, and I could definitely see where there would be a very good use for it for sure. I'm guessing that you have a ton of solar panels because that would be the most efficient thing. Because engines, and that's the thing, engines take so long to build too, because you got to build all the parts for them. We have now crossed the 2 hour mark. We're at about 2:04. Can I make all these in the automatic fabricator? I know you can make a lot of stuff in the automatic fabricator. I mean, you can make all the car parts in the automatic fabricator. You can make all the solar panel parts in the automatic fabricator, and then that becomes the thing. There is that you'd have to have a whole bunch of automatic fabricators to do all that. So you run into that issue there. Have a total of 1,060 watts on 50 solar power on solar panels. Yeah, and that's what the bunker is all about is power. So if I had $1 million, I would have all the power that I wanted. Yeah, the bunker was just such a weird decision by the developer. I mean, I guess that he had his reason for doing it, but man, it really seemed like it was a weird choice for doing it. The rabbit hole never ends, Worship Space. You know this. 9 columns to go. We have 9 columns left. So we're 25% of the way from when I started counting the columns. So that's good. And we'll just kind of keep going around the perimeter. Just continuing to work our way all the way around the perimeter here. And power's at 60% used with 75% of equipment running. That's pretty good. And again, I don't have 50 solar panels. I might have 5 or 6. As far as I know, I've got like 5 or 6. So, has anyone seen the bunker yet? Kristen has. I believe Kristen has purchased the bunker. I've only seen it from the outside. That's probably all I'll ever see it from is the outside. I'm telling you, I'm going to hear the sound in my sleep. I'm going to absolutely hear it in my sleep. It's going to be ringing in my ears all weekend. Dink, 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 the entire weekend. Yeah. And that's what makes the decision even more bizarre is that it's $1 million for a thing that's not even all that special. So it's like, well, why? Why did you make it $1 million and have it to be a thing that's not even all that cool? So I don't know. I guess maybe it was just a way for people to spend their money that they've got in the game. Is all I can figure. I don't really know. It's really hard to say. You're building all 1,000 solar panels because you're not opening the bunker yet. I want to see what I can get this game to do without the bunker. And hey, more power to you. Absolutely more power to you for doing that, man. I salute you. I do salute you for that. I will never be building 1,000 solar panels in this game. I just will not be doing it. That would just take way too much time, and I just don't have that. I unfortunately don't have that time to do that. So I've got there are a lot of things to cover. So yeah. I mean, it's cool when I can get a game and I can play a game to its completion. Like realizing that I was able to get Eden Crafters to its completion, and it took me like 20 hours to do that. That was pretty cool because I don't have a lot of games where I actually get a game to completion. I try to get more games to completion, and sometimes it just means that I do it on my own. But yeah, and I mean, in like a game like this, I don't know what you would ever consider completion, but I'm not like an achievement. I don't like to try and get all the achievements tracked down because again, there's just the time issue with that. I mean, if the time was there, I would certainly do it. Or if I had like 3 of me, and I haven't figured out the way to clone myself yet, and that would be very scary if I did. So, yeah. Yeah, it primarily just all comes down to time. There's a door that needs a code. You tried a bunch, but you haven't figured it out yet. Did you try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, I did kind of complete Edencraft. Oh, yeah. I mean, well, I completed all of the objectives of Eden Crafters, and then at that end of the one planet that I was on. So all of the objectives that you need to keep the story going, I completed. Did I fully make the planet green? No. Did I fully make the get rid of all the radiation? No. Did I make all the hot areas climate worthy? No. Did I make all the cold areas climate worthy? No. Were they required for the game? No. So I did what I needed to do in order to achieve the objectives of the game, which to me is a win. I mean, then I could take the time to do the other stuff and make the other things in the game more maybe make them better from a I mean make the planet better, but the game doesn't care if you make the planet better. I mean, if they did, then they would have put them in there as objectives, which is one of the things that I found really weird is that they made the objectives to that so easy. I mean, they could have had you make the planet a lot more green. They could have had you purify a lot more of the water, and they didn't do it. And that really was a head scratcher. So another 4 hours and we should be done. I don't think we'll be that bad. I think we'll be all right. David Getty, how are you doing? A happy Friday night to you. It is good to see you. Oh, and Bruce Irving, how are you doing? I am definitely wearing out my left mouse button, although I'm just holding it down, so I don't think I'm wearing it out that much. The spring that is holding the left mouse button down is just resting. It's getting a nice compression. Yeah, if this was something where you had to constantly click the left mouse button, yeah, that would be horrible. But thankfully, you do not need to do that in this game. How close are we? Okay, we're getting there. Yeah, we're making good progress. We're doing good here. This is a team effort. We're all in this together. Although I'm starting to suffer from frame rate again, which is not good. Frame rate is definitely starting to dip here a little bit. Malcolm Elthorpe, how are you doing? Happy Saturday to you, because you're in the future and it's like overnight there. So welcome to you, and thank you very much for being here in what would be overnight hours. I definitely appreciate that. You went to a play today. Awesome. I hope it was a lot of fun. Yeah, the frame rate is like struggling. The struggle is real. I'm going to probably have to start slurping more stuff up if for no other reason than to just save the frame rate. Because the game's at the point where it's like, I cannot handle this many unique things being here. Yeah, I got to get my... I have to make the executive decision. I have to get more... Get my infiniballs and start cleaning it up. Because, yeah, the frame rate is just not going to handle it. There are too many unique things on the ground. And the game is like, I don't know what to do anymore. So we'll do some more cleaning. Just to make the game a little bit happier and a little less mad. So it's weird living 2 hours in the past. You're not alone. Snakebite's with you in the past, so you're not alone. I mean, the beauty of living in the past is that you get to see what's coming up for you. I mean, you get all the highlights of what's to come. And because you get to see what we're all going through, and then you'll know that it's going to be heading for you in the future. So you get all the sneak previews. I would consider that to be a cool thing about living in the past. So, yeah. Thing is, all you had to do is make one solar panel at a time, and you would get there. Yeah. Again, it's just it comes down to the time. That's all it is. It's all in the time investment. And time is unfortunately a finite resource. That's the only thing about it. First task, smash the stones. Second task, cleanup. The cleanup is actually not that bad because all you got to do is hold down the E button and just move around. So it's not horrible. You can actually clean up pretty quickly here. The only thing I need is I just got to get more infiniballs in order to do the cleanup. But the actual cleanup itself is not. It takes no time to do it because I'm not doing anything other than moving my mouse around and holding down the E key while I also hit the forward button or the W key, basically. That's all I'm doing here. And I'm not trying to do this with any precision. I'm just trying to clean everything up in such a way that it's picking up what I immediately see. But I'm not like trying to get deep into the pockets here or anything like that. It's just a matter of telling the game that we don't have so many things on the ground so that it stops losing its mind. Because right now it's really kind of going berserk. And it's not able to figure out what we're doing here. So, all right. That's a pretty good first pass. We'll go ahead, switch this to stone. So, yeah. We'll go to our stone one, or a clay one, rather. Let's zip back around, start doing this. Yeah. So, I mean, thankfully, nothing on this requires, you just, and at this point, I'm just holding down the E button. So, again, the spring underneath is getting a nice compression. It's just like, It's like I'll be held down quite nicely here. And but yeah, thankfully I don't have to hit the E button constantly because if I did, yeah, I'd need 5 keyboards. So it will be nice when it's cleared out. We may be here for quite some time, but we're making progress. I mean, I don't know how many columns we had. I feel like we're probably at least 50% of the way there with all the dinking. I think we've dinked at least 50% of it now, maybe even a little bit more. And then yeah, then we just eventually have to slurp all of it up, and that should not be too bad. Just kind of keep on going with just kind of keep on going through here with different infiniballs, and as you find stuff, grab it and then switch to another one, and just kind of don't. I'm not worrying about picking up everything in every pass. So I'll pick up another ball and do a pass with it, and then pick up another ball and do a pass with it, and we'll eventually get it all cleaned up. So but yeah, the cleaning up part is definitely not taking as long because we're definitely cleaning up faster than we dink. We're cleaning up, so we're pulling them off the ground faster than we dink them. I want to say. Let's see. Copper. Let's grab that because I know I got a bunch of that here. So let's go with this. Make our way around. Yeah, copper and iron are big. It is brighter in here. I have noticed that. So it would be nice if there was something more you could do in the mine, unless that has changed too. Yeah, I don't know what all you can put in the mine. It sounds like you put some storage in here, but it may be the access points. But aside from that, or maybe the drills. But aside from that, I don't know. Because I like I said, it's just always been the question of when am I ever going to clean out the mine, and now we're cleaning out the mine. So, well, uh, yeah, but it'll look nice when it's done. David, have a wonderful, wonderful night. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again soon. Yes, we can. I think they added in a recent update, Bruce, where all you got to do is just hold down the E button. I think that might have even been in the most recent update that they did, the post Halloween update. It was either in the post Halloween update or in the Halloween update, where they put it so you don't have to hit the E button every time. You can just hold it down. So I'm literally just holding down the E button right now. I'm not smashing it as I'm doing this. Because like I said, I would need a brand new keyboard if I did that. I'm just holding it down the entire time all the way through here. So, okay. Yeah, so I've got iron and coal, then I can grab both of those because again, those are the big ones. Iron and coal. And I've got to make 3 more infiniballs to handle the rest of this. I mean, I technically don't have to make any because I could always resort to making cards with my smaller ones because that's what I was doing before. I was using the smaller ones to make all my cards, and I could change to that because I've got 4 or 5 more infiniballs that are sitting down there, but they're holding like ingots and stuff like that. But I could very easily take them and use them for this job if I so chose. 700 copper, and I still have a lot of dinking to go. Yeah, we're getting there, slow but sure. I like I said, right now I gotta clear up stuff so I can get my frame rate back because the game is just like you've got too many things on the ground, and I don't like it. So we're trying to make the game a little less mad at me. Because even with a nice graphics card, I couldn't imagine doing this and have an average graphics card. Because this graphics card for me, I would say is kind of more near the top of the line. So I couldn't imagine trying to do something like this and have a graphics card that's not near top of the line, your game would just die and your computer would just like fry on you. I would feel because it's just like all these individual things and the game would just like go nuts. So yeah, and I'll like I said, well, as we clean this up, I'll be taking like multiple passes around with all the different balls because I'm just trying to get all the stuff that's on the top, not trying to get the stuff that's necessarily buried underneath. And as you get the stuff on the top, that's going to get you more stuff that's underneath, and it'll eventually all get cleared up. So we're getting there. So I feel like I've walked in a circle, but I've been constantly turning left. That much I know. Oh man. Well, William, thank you very much for coming by. Enjoy your night, and we will see you again soon. But again, thank you very much for watching, and you take care of yourself. Okay. Yeah, so I'll make a pass with my iron ball here, and that should help. So where's my iron ball? Are you it? Nope, you're not it. Here you are. Let's grab that. Start swinging around. Oop. Hold that down and then start walking. Yeah, and then after I do this, I should probably be able to start going again. Because I think we'll have cleared up more than enough space, and the game will be a little bit more accepting of what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, look at that stack. All the floating cobalts. All right, that'll have to do for now, and we'll come back and do another pass. Do I plan on doing merch? Yes, I do. I really do. That has been a question that's been asked on a number of occasions, and I gotta figure out the easiest way to do it. Is really what it comes down to. Because I know there are platforms and there are platforms within YouTube that you can use, and I just got to figure out what needs to be done to set them up. But yeah, I do plan on at some point getting merch set up. Um, I've just been it's on my list of things on the never-ending list of stuff that needs to be done. So yes, I will at some point. I will eventually have merch. I got to figure out what I want to do for merch is part of it, and then figure out what I want for like the designs and stuff like that. So I've just got to I got to do some research on it to to figure out the best way to go about it because there's a bit of a process to it. But yeah, there will be the list. You know the list, worship. You know how the list goes. And this is the time in the mining process where the brain shuts off. You go into a little bit of autopilot here. It's like, things are happening. And I'm just kind of running and trying to grab anything that looks golden just to help clear up more space. Yeah, there's a part of me that feels like I should go and grab my other infiniballs and just start scooping up the other stuff because I've got the others that are on my fabricator. and then I could bring them here and use them for the cleanup process. I don't know. We'll hold off. So I've got everything a little bit more cleaned up now. So let's get back into it. Where did I leave off? I left off here. This is where I left off. So okay, here we go. Back at it. Another pass as we're getting close to the 2.5 hour mark. We have eight columns to go when I get this column finished. So we'll be, from the time I started counting the columns, we'll be 33% of the way there. And my frame rate is now good again. So that's good. And we're almost through this column. So for those of you who play Center Station Simulator and you've wondered what it would take to clear out your mind, I hope this is giving you a good idea. And for those of you who have already cleared out your mind, I am feeling your pain. Absolutely. Get down. All right, so we have 8 more columns across here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 more to go. We're getting there. It's like the long straight part of the highway on a road trip. Keep the driver awake by chatting to them. Yes, and I appreciate it. Because if you guys weren't here, I'd probably be like, and that would not be good. And I turned on my light for some reason. Oh, that's cool. I just realized. Lights! And then it dances with you. That's funny. I never realized that it did that. Oh, cool. You swing your pickaxe and your flashlight does a little jig with you. Okay. They do, yeah, they do get shorter every time because we knock off a space at the front and the back every time because we're doing the lawn mowing method where we just do the perimeter and slowly work our way towards the middle because we're doing all of our headliners. Yeah, this part's going quick. The going across parts, they go quick. So almost there. Just a little further. Just a little further. All right, here we go. Another column in. I think we need some music. Oh my gosh. I don't know if my brain has the capacity to come up with a song at this point in time. But I'm glad to talk about whatever we would like to talk about. I'm just glad I have plenty of stuff to drink here. I probably should have brought a little bit more, but I think I'm okay. We're at $97,000 now. We're almost 10% of the way to the bunker. And we've been going 2.5 hours. Little over now. Yeah, so I feel like I can do like 3 or 4 columns before I have to do some slurping because the frame rate starts to die. So that means I should have to just do a couple more passes of scooping. Or maybe it'll get better as I clear up more space. I don't know. It's hard to tell. probably start from the bottom. It's like a really horrible game of Minecraft. It's like if Minecraft were this wicked nightmare. That's what we're dealing with here. So, how many loose ores is a lot of physics for the? I honestly don't know. I think it just gets to the point where it's like, because each of these is like its own individual thing. So I don't know if maybe it just. I don't know at what point it's like, okay, you've got too many of them here, and we've got to get some of them off the ground because it's like it's got too many different things it's trying to render. I really don't know if there's a definitive answer to that, and it may not even be that at all. I just feel like if you as you get more and more individual things on the ground, the graphics card is just trying to constantly make sense of each of those individual things, and at some point it just starts going and that's when you got to like take some of it out so that way it can start breathing again. But again, with the graphics card I've got on here, it can handle a lot. And I mean, the frame rate wasn't dropping down to like 5 frames per second or anything like that, but it was definitely it had fallen to half of what it would normally be, if not a little bit more. And that's why I decided it was time to start slurping some of it up. Because right now it's running at like full frame rate for me. But at some point, as it gets more and more stuff here, it'll start doing that. I am tired. Oh, that was not a question. Hi. I wanted it to be a question, so I was answering it as if it was a question. That's how it is. Your 7-year-old said it's an adult version of Minecraft. Your 7-year-old is definitely onto something. Except you don't get to build anything cool with it. It just drops a bunch of ore on the ground. So you don't get to put it all in your backpack and make a whole bunch of cool stuff with it. You can't take this and turn it into a house. It doesn't work that way. The dinky got you in the groove to finish your paper. Nothing exciting over here. Ah, I'm glad that the dinking can provide the ability to be productive on things. That's good. Getting close to the end of this column, so I can see the back wall from where we are. Yeah, I think we've only got like a couple more sets in here. This might be the final one in front of me. Nope, one more to go after that, at least. How about now? Is this it? Yep, that's it. All right, there we go. We've got 7 columns left. And then I've got some like in some of the contours, I think. Like in there's some in like some of the, yeah, like I got to clear that out. But for the most part, we're down to 7 columns to go. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, and then we take out another row on the back, and that makes the next column shorter, and we just kind of keep going. Yeah, and these columns are definitely going faster because we're only at like 236 now, so that one only took a few minutes. So yeah, this could end up being maybe we get done with it all in 4 hours. I don't know. It's hard to say. Love Immortal Play. How are you doing? A happy Friday to you. Merch ideas: light switch covers, open close signs. those are a couple ideas. I know that, I mean, a lot of things with a lot of the general merch platforms, a lot of them are just like your basic T-shirts and coffee mugs and hats and maybe the occasional hoodie, because a lot of them they'll make the stuff and you just give them the design for it, so that way you don't have to worry about the fulfillment on any of it. They'll take care of all that themselves. So yeah, I don't know if I've seen any where they have light switch covers. That'd be kind of cool. A rusty champagne light switch cover. That'd be good, especially if it said lights on it. Yeah, stickers, and it'd be interesting to see if they did stickers. Again, I've got so much I got to actually take a look at with that. I don't know what they do have and what they don't with that stuff. 3.5 hours. That is the going number now. All right, here we go. Another column going. Going back towards the front again. The brain is starting to really wonder, why did I do this? It's like all I see is the same blocks in front of me over and over and over again. Uh it's it's beginning to get a little thing. I don't know if I'm going to be the same person again after I get to the final column. Uh yeah, lights on the switch cover would be great. That'd be a lot of fun. Just checking my watch again. It was chirping at me for something. That means I'm doing it right. uh, is that what it is? I got it. Yeah, it had to be done at some point. It did. And I mean, it's providing for some fun, for sure. No doubt. And again, if nothing else, it's like intriguing for people. It's like, what is this all about? All right. We're almost at $100,000. We're almost at 10% of the way to the bunker now. Got to check one thing here real quick on my watch. Okay, cool. There's almost 50 of yeah, I know. The fact that there are 50 of you cheering me on is awesome. It is really, really awesome. I thank all of you for watching as I sit here and dink a mine. that is that is really, really great of you, and I love you guys so, so much for that. I really do. Yeah. Open for your convenience on signs. That'd be cool too. Yeah, and the merch I've just got to take a look at it. There, because like I said, there are platforms, and they're all within YouTube. The platforms are all in there. It's like, well, you can go to this platform or that platform, and I've just got to take a look at them, and I've got to figure out how to get the designs to them and stuff like that. I mean, after that, it's like you just pick whatever merch you want. Like, do you want T-shirts or do you want hats or do you want mugs? And then it's from there, it's like what design do you want on them and stuff like that. And if it's stuff like T-shirts, then it's like what color do you want? So I think the hard part is I just got to get like all the logos and all that together, especially the big Rusty Champagne logo, because I got to get one that will actually work on the shirt. So I got to take the Rusty Champagne logo and I've got to blow it up a bit. So I think that was last time I was looking at that. That was the issue I'd run into, was that the logo I had, I've got to make it a lot bigger so that way it can actually look good on a shirt. But I'll get it there for sure. In my last stream for Center Station, someone had said something about the bunker not being much to brag about. Yeah, Kristen said it's not much to brag about. It's because all it really is it's a power supply is really all it is. There's nothing in there. It's not like a fancy place where you can hang out or anything like that. It basically provides you with power is all it is. I did set up the logo. That was me. Um, it was nothing fancy at all because I mean the logo as you see it is the equivalent of what a highway sign would look like in the United States. So it is it is basically if you were driving on a major highway in the US here, you could see a sign that would look like that. And there's a website that I found that that makes uh, it allows you to make like JPEGs of highway signs. So it's got the official highway sign font and stuff like that. And so I just used that to make my sign, and it was just something I did on my own. So no, they don't serve drinks and snacks. There are no drinks and snacks in there. It's a whole lot of nothing in there, other than a lot of power. So yeah, it's so much power that the motors and solar panels are basically useless. Yeah. Yeah, it basically serves as like your new power source. All right, look out now. We're $88 from being 10% of the way to our bunker. We're $88 short. And I'm now starting to see some of the stone and stuff getting a little bit jiggly over on the left there. It's starting to lose its mind a little bit. Yeah, me too, Bruce. I'm right there with you. I was expecting a whole lot more out of it, and I'm glad I didn't save up the money for it to find out that it was not going to be anything that I thought it was. All right, we have 6 columns to go. 6 more. We're down to the final 6. You would definitely think that for $1 million it would be more exciting. I agree entirely. I do have to do some more cleaning up of the floor because once again the game is starting to lose its mind a little bit. So we're gonna start picking some stuff up. Are you my stone? You are my stone. So let's start slurping up some more stone. Because the game is just like, I don't know how to process it anymore. So yeah, we'll make it a little bit easier on it. So if there was a way to send you the million, you would do it. If only. If only it could go like that. Regrettably, that's unfortunately not the way it works, but that's okay. It's fine. Hey, we got $100,000. Look at that. 100 grand. We only need 900,000 more, so we can get the bunker. Ah, that's hilarious. So yeah, I think that we'll be able to maybe do if I can get enough of this cleaned up, we might be able to do like one more set, do one more cleanup, and then one final set, and we'll have the thing completely opened up. I think we can get to that point, but I've got to do a lot of cleanup here in order to make that happen. Because right now it is getting fussy. So and I'm leaving every time I do this, I leave a little bit more behind each time. So I gotta really do some concentrated cleaning, which I'm gonna have to do anyway. But yeah, I've got to try and get a bunch of this stuff off the ground because it's just the game is like it probably is not expecting to see this many things out here. It's probably looking at me like, "Are you Josh from Let's Game It Out?" I'm like, "No, I'm not. I'm just clearing out a mind that you gave me. Um, that's all I'm doing." So you need to get a couple things done before you call it a night. Bruce, well, thank you very much for stopping by. You take care. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you again soon. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll try and get a lot of this cleaned up. Well, not a lot, but I want to try and get at least a third of what we have out here cleaned up. I think we should be able to do that. But I'm going to probably have to grab the other infiniballs to make that happen. So let's, let me grab my clay one. Do that because the clay is always prevalent and always easy to spot. Because the clay is very distinct. Yeah, and if I think if I can keep on cleaning up all the stuff that's really close here, that's going to help too. Because I feel like I don't have that much clay out on the side anymore. Because I think I mean, we got most of that from our previous passes. Most of what we should have on the outside there should be like aluminum, silver, and cobalt. Because I haven't been picking any of that up as we've been doing this. So yeah, all the clay should be kind of concentrated over here on this side. And the other cool thing about this is that you get to see the ratios and you really get a good feel of the ratios for what falls out of each different node because we've collected about so it's like almost a 2-to-1 ratio of stone to clay from all the bricks that are in here. It's almost for every 3 that you hit, 2 are stone and 1 is clay. Not quite, but it's in that neighborhood. It seems like. If I could, you would sneak out of the bunker and clean up some more, but you need $1 million to let me out. Ah, drive such a hard bargain, worship all the time. What do we got there? That is my iron. Okay, let's go here. Let's start scooping up some iron. Get a bunch of this. Yeah. So I might, after this, I might go down and I might grab my other infiniballs. Just clear out the stuff that's in them, bring them up here, and then worry about making other infiniballs another day. I might just do that. So yeah, I may not make any more because I don't really need to make any more. I just need to get the ones that I've got that are downstairs on my automatic fabricator and get them up here. Because again, I think I've got 4 down there. Yeah, I should have 4 because I've got one. I might even have 5. I know I've got 4 for sure because I've got 1 on each of the different loading platforms, and I might have 1 on the gathering platform, or that might be one. That might be my hundo ball that I've got over there. I think. Lady Fluffy Dragon's gonna be so impressed to see my mine cleaned out. Yeah, it's gonna be a thing for sure. Yeah, we're making good progress. I'm feeling good that I'm not going to have to be up until 3 a.m. Central Standard Time to finish this. But I wanted to get it done. The gauntlet had been laid down, and I needed to answer the call to make it happen. And no better time than the present to do it. Although my eyes are starting to cross. But it'll be all right. It'll be fine. It'll be perfectly fine. Okay, copper, let's grab that. Just kind of keep rolling. Just doing giant circles, trying to get what we can get. But again, not trying to be perfect with it. Because we can always do another circle. Always more and more circles. What else would I be doing while Susie Lou is away? Probably watching YouTube. I'd probably be watching Drain Cleaner Australia. That would probably be it. Let's fire the bloody jet up, you little ripper. That'd be on the list for sure. Aside from that, I don't know. Not really any idea. Yeah, this is already looking a lot better with just a few passes here. Got it. Again, that is such a unique saying. I love it. You little ripper. I don't know what it is about that saying that just it really gets me. And I love it. I think it's just again, it's just the way the dude is just so into what he does. And I mean he's a plumber, but he just loves what he does. I mean, I wish I had that much passion about more things in my life than I do. Because the guy is just absolutely passionate about what he does. And it shows all the time. And it is so cool to see him do it. Yeah. And again, you don't really think about drain cleaning, and it doesn't come up as like a thing that you would normally think of because it's normally pretty mundane. But I mean, I've learned more about Australian drains and the way things are set up there than I would have ever known in my life. And even he finds it funny because he finds the entire thing hilarious because it's like he knows that there are a bunch of people that the algorithm somehow sends YouTube YouTube somehow them to sends him to people words, and he's like, well, I'm sure that this isn't something that you expected to see, but I hope you're enjoying it because yeah, it's not something that you would normally you certainly wouldn't go searching it out. I think is what I'm trying to say. You wouldn't be looking for content on someone cleaning a drain in Australia as like part of your search history. It would not be up there in the top 10. I don't think. You little ripper has always just been part of your life. Yeah, and again, that just must be a regular saying there, which is cool. It's just it's like it's part of the normal parlance there, and it's I love the saying. I really do. I wish I could adopt it, but everyone would look at me if I was weird. If I was just at work and something went good, and I just looked at people and I went, "You little ripper," they'd look at me and be like, "Huh?" they, they, they would not understand. They would not get it. They would think that something was wrong with me, which there is a little bit, but not too much. Bob's your uncle. I mean, I have heard of Bob's your uncle a bit, but again, it's not a common saying around here. But I've at least heard of Bob's your uncle. I mean, that one I can say I've it is familiar to me. You little ripper, no, that is truly something that is Australian and has never been in my vernacular until now. So yeah, we're really making good progress here. There's another drain cleaner in Oz that's a great watch. I think he's located in South Australia. Um, does he go by drain cleaners? Is that who it is? Because I know that in one of the episodes that I was watching, Drain Cleaning Australia was talking about another channel, and then there's the one that Lady Fluffy Dragon mentioned, which was drain cleaners, but they were the drain blockers or drain unblockers, I think is what they're called, but they're in the UK, and I did check them out, and they're cool too. Um, yeah, and drain cleaner for the most part is good family content. He does occasionally drop an S bomb, but aside from that, he normally keeps it really clean. But yeah, he'll if he ever gets to be anything profane, he'll drop an S bomb, and that's the worst I've heard him do is that. So okay. Oh yeah, Drain Cleaner Australia. That's the one I was talking about. He's the you little ripper guy. Good old Bruce. Yeah, Bruce. All right. So now I'm going to go back because I don't think I can pick them up. No, I can't. I cannot pick them up because they are on the fabricator. Or can I? And are they just full of stuff? One of them. Okay, the aluminum ingots I'm going to leave alone because I've got so many of them in there. But the other ones I've got on the fabricator, I'm going to pull these off, and I'm just going to drain them. So we're just going to take these off of here. Just drop this stuff on the ground. I'm not even going to worry about it. That's fine. That one's already empty. This one has plastic. I can put this on a plastic pallet. Oh, shoot, I got rid of my plastic pallets. Of course I did. So we'll just take this plastic and just drop it right here. That'll be fine. Plastic will go rolling around. We'll worry about cleaning all this stuff up later. That's fine. Swearing is pretty normal here. I don't swear, but a lot of people. Well, trust me, swearing is plenty common here in the United States as well. It absolutely is. Yeah, people do it on the reg, so it's not like you'd hear someone say a profane word and people would be like, oh, no, not at all. I mean, especially depending on where you are. I mean, there's lots of places where people just drop f bombs like it's no big deal. Um, but yeah, it's always good when you can find channels that don't do it. All right, there we go. There's the last of my infiniballs. So these are 7, 8, and 9. It was a change of scenery. Yeah, so now I can go here and I can start cleaning up all the aluminum or aluminium, if you will, as you may desire. And we can get a lot more of this cleaned up. Yeah, and I can do bigger sweeps with this because we should not have nearly as much of this and get a lot of this kind of swept up. Again, not going for perfection, but just trying to get what I can while doing. This wouldn't even be pivots. I think this is more like quality swivels. We're into swivels now. Aluminium, because apparently the United States is the only place where we call it aluminum as opposed to aluminium. I don't know how it ended up that way, but it did. Well, I mean, there's probably other places where they say aluminum, but I know in a lot of the world they call it aluminium for some reason. You discovered that's Shadow. That's exactly where I found him too. That's exactly how I found it because of post 10. So you and I are basically on the same wavelength because I don't even remember how the heck I discovered post 10. I don't know how he ended up in my in my feed of recommended stuff. But I remember the first time I saw a post 10 unblocking video and I was hooked on him. But he is not nearly the personality that Drain Cleaning Australia is. I mean, he is a lot more dry. We could see the floor. We actually can't. Yeah, he's a lot more dry of a personality than Drain Cleaning is. I mean, he still does good stuff, but he does a lot of like because he lives up in like the Northeast up in New England, and so he does a lot of like outdoorsy stuff, and he does a lot of unblocking of like culverts and stuff like that in on like back roads and things like that. But he got real popular because he did videos where he was like unblocking like major streets, and he did videos and he was getting like 15 million views on his videos, and that really made his channel just go crazy. But he does a lot of stuff that has like nothing to do with that. But yeah, he was how I found Drain Cleaner because all of a sudden one day it's like oh yeah, I get this stuff for Drain Cleaner Australia, and my life has never been the same, and all for the better. Yeah, we're doing good here on the cleanup. This will be good. Yeah, just doing big swipes, and we'll come through and do a couple more big swipes to get it all. I'm just trying to get a lot of the pieces off the ground here. Wow, we got 280 in that pass. Yowza, that's a lot. That's a whole lot. Yeah, the one I like most, Shadow, in that regard, I'm going to take a quick break here to drink some water. The one I like most, and we have crossed the 3 hour mark for those of you who are trying to keep up on where we are on time. So I'm in the future for some of you because some of you are now in the past, and I'm in the future. Ha ha! I like the ones you've probably seen them, Shadow. The ones where he's in that truck that is on his land, and it was like an old truck that sold like snacks and stuff like that, and it was like it was the size of a, I don't know, it was like a box truck basically, and it somehow was abandoned on his land, and it was full of all kinds of garbage and stuff like that, and he emptied out all the garbage and he turned it into a camping spot. Those things are just intriguing. And that's like one of his big things that he does. Yeah, he does all of his really interesting camping videos, and I love seeing those. The cobalt is so easy because it sticks out because it's like blue. 6 a.m. for Malcolm. Yeah, I've joined all the UK people in the present now, so it's great. And for those of you in the past, you'll catch up. You'll be here soon. It's 1 a.m. for Chili Dog. Again, I appreciate all you guys being here for this because it's like way crazy late for everybody, and the fact that you're here and that we have 40 plus people that are here watching me scoop up stuff off of the floor of a mine in Center Station Simulator is really, really awesome. So again, thank you guys so much for all that, for all the support. It really means a lot as we just sit here and make giant circles on the floor, zerping up blue blue blobs, and then white blobs, and then pink blobs. That is really, really awesome of you, and I definitely appreciate it. So 5 p.m. for worship, so because worship is way in the future, way out there. So okay, yeah, we'll have a lot of the cobalt off of here. That'll be real good because a lot of the cobalt was in suspended animation too. So we got to get a lot of that where it's now down on the ground. Yeah, and then we got to clean up that section too. It's like one of the last big sections we got. So if I wasn't on, you'd be doing the same thing I'm doing. Ah, that's great. Yeah, I'll get a lot of this cleaned up here. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice having Saturdays where there's not much happening because I mean in December Saturdays are going to get nuts. It's going to be crazy. I mean, well, and with the holidays that's to be expected. But yeah, Saturdays in December, I don't think I'm going to have a free Saturday in December until after Christmas. And it's going to all be spent with like friends and stuff, so it's going to be all in the name of good things. But yeah, we got stuff going on just about every Saturday in December, and some of the Sundays as well. So it's gonna get busy in a hurry, but December always does. And some of it'll be local, which is nice, but some of it will be traveling for. Always the mix. Okay. It's the state of denial about Christmas. Yeah. Well, I mean, Christmas is definitely definitely a bigger thing for you, I'm sure, just because you've got Worship Junior. So that makes Christmas a different kind of animal. I mean, at this point, my kids they're they're definitely a lot older. I mean, they're 25 and 22 and finding out that adulting is hard. Um, and so we don't do as much for Christmas nearly as we used to. This is actually like the first Christmas that Susie Lou and I have looked at each other and it's like, "Do you want anything for Christmas this year?" And I'm like, "I don't know." So we're both struggling to think of things to tell each other that we want for Christmas, and this is like one of the first Christmases where I remember that actually being a thing, where we're just like, "I don't know if I want anything." So it's not. I mean, Christmas always used to be a big. There was a lot to it, and this year it's still 4 months away. Yeah, it is. It's in February. It's in March. They moved Christmas to March this year. So you got the memo? Okay, so there's that. I'll do one swipe of silver, and then I think we'll be good, and we can continue on. So yeah, because by that point, I think we'll have a lot of the stuff off the floor, and I think I can do a lot of what's left and not have the frame rate die. I'm hoping. Is a Yeah, work gets crazy busy. Yeah, Yeah, thankfully for us, work really slows down around the Christmas season. So yeah, we'll get a bit of a break. We're nearing the end of our busy season for us, and then yeah, come Christmas, everything kind of rests and relaxes, and then it picks up again in January. I love all this floating, all the floating silver. Grab all the floating silver here. Yeah, we got a lot of stone and a lot of clay left. That's all the stuff that was buried. So yeah, we'll be able to get that without too much hassle. I do believe January is usually a bit quieter. Yeah, well, hopefully it is. It's always good when it's a little bit quieter at work, so you don't lose your mind on things. Okay. Yeah, this will be good. Yeah, we got a lot of stone left. Yeah, this is all the stone that was just kind of still buried underneath all the other stuff. I'm almost half tempted to do one more pass with my stone ball, just because I've got so much that I can see here, and I don't want to bury it all again if I could avoid it. So yeah, I might do one more quick pass with my stone ball once I get all this done, just because there's so much of it here, and I can get a lot of it off the floor, and I can do that pretty fast. Yeah, I think I'll do that one more time. So summer holidays. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Because for you, Christmas is the summertime, which is nice. If you can have Christmas in the summertime, you can't go wrong with that. Regrettably, that is not the way it works here. Yeah, let's make one more quick pass with our stone ball because there's a lot of stone that we can pick up here. Again, not trying to be perfect with it, but there's a lot that's now visible, and we can get that picked up pretty easily. A lot of stuff that's right here on the sides, and that will definitely help out with slurping a lot of stuff up here. It's definitely a test of endurance. Oh boy. All right, got a bunch over here in the corner here. Got 1,400 stone, and we're gonna end up probably with close to 2,000 when this is all said and done. That's just an absurd amount of stone that we're gonna have here. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, there's a whole bunch right here, a whole lot of it. Keep on. You're silly enough to still like a roast lunch sweltering with the oven out in the middle of summer. Well, hey, I mean, if it's good food, you can't go wrong with that. You cannot beat a good holiday meal. You really, really can't. I mean, that's one of the best things about the holidays. Just it's the meals. It's like I said before. I mean, on Thanksgiving morning, Susie Lou and I always have we have the frittata that we always make, and that's just something that we do, just the two of us. And I mean, it's nothing fancy about it at all. I don't even remember where I got the recipe for it, but it's just kind of turned into our tradition. And then we'll watch a bit of the parade, and then we'll head on up to see the family. And yeah, I think that the food is a big part of the holidays. Well, I mean, so is the family, but I mean, a lot of it is just all the constant. the constants that you have with the food, I think, are pretty big. Okay, is that row done? That okay? Both of these columns are done. All right, here we go. 6 columns to go. Let's get into it. 6 remaining. And again, I'm hoping at this point now I'm not going to need to stop again, or I might have to stop one more time to do one more vacuuming of the floor. So, yeah, I'm hoping that we can do it with just one more vacuuming of the floor. Took you about 3 to 4 hours. Could not remember how long when I said 2 to 3 hours earlier. Oh, Matthew.
So proud of you. Cheering you on to the end.
Thank you so much for that worship space. I really do appreciate it. That is so nice of you to do. Your job is to make green bean casserole for the holidays. I love a good green bean casserole, man. I do. That is like one of my favorite casseroles. It's just iconic. That was one that my mom was always great with, green bean casserole, man. I love it. Yeah, Mom loved Thanksgiving. She really did. I mean, Dad does too, but Mom really loved it. She was a huge fan of Thanksgiving. Okay, you don't do. Is it because Thanksgiving is not celebrated in Australia, or so? I mean, is it just Thursday there, or I'm guessing that's what it is, but I don't know. Because I know, like in the UK, Thanksgiving is not the same time that it is in the United States. At least I'm pretty sure that's the case. I think I've got that right. Because if I remember right, it was Thanksgiving in like October there. It's not celebrated. Oh, well, that's a bummer. You know what you need to do is on the day that it's Thanksgiving, just go out and if you have turkey readily available in Australia, and I don't know if you do, but if you do, just go out, buy yourself a turkey, and make yourself a turkey on that day. And you can make yourself a green bean casserole and whatever else you would think would be good as that Thursday food. And then you have it for leftovers for several days and you go from there. And you can say happy turkey Thursday. That would work. Canada Thanksgiving is on US Columbus Day. Okay. Uh, so was I thinking because I thought there was something about the UK where they had it on a different day, or maybe it was Canada and I got them crossed up. Maybe. You can't wait for mimosas. Oh, I do love a good mimosa. All you get in the UK is Black Friday, Thanksgiving. Oh, okay. So I must have been thinking of Canada. That's what it is. I was thinking of Canada. I got them crossed up. For some reason, I thought in the UK they did it and it was in October, but that's Canada. My bad. So me failing in my geography again. Yeah, Canada. It's in October in Canada. Got it. UK has Guy Fawkes Day on November 5th. I'm assuming that that person was a very important person in the UK. I'm once again showing my ignorance. So more things on which I am not enlightened. Yeah, Black Friday. Yeah, man, that Black Friday is always such chaos. It's crazy because for the longest time there was no such thing as Black Friday, and then all of a sudden it turned into a thing, and now it's just like it's nuts. Benjamin Constable, how are you doing? A happy Saturday to you, because I'm sure you're in the future with me. It is great to see you. Remember the 5th of November. Yeah. Unfortunately, is still not ringing a bell. If that was something that I learned about in history, it was way too long ago that I learned about it in history. It because of history to me just kind of went whoosh. I mean, I took it in school. I didn't enjoy it, but I took it because I had no choice. You had to take it. So, fireworks day. So it is 2:16. Yes. So you are a little bit ahead of me. You're a couple hours ahead of me. 2 hours ahead of me. I didn't realize that there was anything that was on land that was 2 hours ahead of where I am. Because that's like one time zone past the Atlantic time zone. No, that is the Atlantic time zone. Yeah, maroon? No. Oh, okay. So that puts you like Nova Scotia ish? Out that way? I'm guessing. 5 columns to go. 5 remaining. Yeah, we were having this discussion earlier about the Atlantic time zone and who wasn't in the Atlantic time zone. Because I don't think that there's anything in the United States that's in the Atlantic time zone. But yes, thank you very much for being here at 2:16 in the morning. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you for being here and joining the night crew. Oh, you are in Nova Scotia. Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought that they were in the Atlantic time zone because yeah, that's like the yeah, because that's oh no, yes, no. Okay, I'm right and I'm wrong at the same time. Time wise, we are at 3:19 in the stream here. U.S. Virgin Islands are in the Atlantic time zone. Oh, I would not have guessed that. For some reason, I didn't think that they were Atlantic. I guess I would have guessed them as being Eastern. But yeah, but none of the contiguous United States are in the Atlantic time zone. I don't believe because there was a discussion as to whether or not any part of Maine was in the Atlantic time zone, and I don't think it is. I think all of Maine is still in the Eastern time zone. Oh, you're in. Oh, okay, you're close to Nova Scotia. Okay, got it. In the neighborhood of Nova Scotia. Come on, come on. So we're into the final 5 columns here. And again, I'm really hoping that I can get through all of these 5 columns without having to do any more slurping up with the infiniballs. I might have to do it one more time, but I'm hoping I'm hoping that I've cleared up enough in that last round to not have to do it again until we get all this cleared up. Maine is still stuck in the 1790s time zone. Okay. Oh, you're a boat ride away from Nova Scotia. Okay. That's very close. Yeah, my gosh. I'm going to be having dreams about this tonight. It's going to be ridiculous. It's not going to be good. We're coming down to the final 4 columns once we get this one done. So from when we started counting, we're about 2/3 of the way there, and probably even a little bit closer. Probably more like 3/4, given the fact that we keep on chopping off the ends of the columns. So it's getting there. Oh, come on. And you were definitely right about the light in here, Worship. It is definitely very much ambiance in here. We're at 3:22 on the stream counter right now in terms of time. So with all the dinking, well, with the dinking, with the cleanup that we've done, it's going to be pushing 4 hours. To get everything completely cleaned up, it's going to probably be pushing 4.5 to get it all slurped up in the infiniballs. It'll probably be pushing 4.5 to get all this done, I'm thinking. So I think we've got like 1 hour to go to get this finished up, if I were to guess. It'll be longer if I have to do one additional pass with the infiniballs to take more stuff off the ground. But if I can get away with not having to do that, I think we can get this finished up in an hour. I'm hoping we can. That's the plan, at least. So, getting tired that I can't type anymore. I know how that goes. All this stuff is starting to blend in together for me. It's like, there's a part of my brain that's going, must keep going, must keep going, must keep going. But there's another part of my brain going, why did you do this? But it's all good. And as it has been said, it's going to look great when it's done. It's just getting it there. So, the delusion is palpable in the street. We're getting close to the end of this column here. Because I can see the wall just slightly in the distance. We have $106,000 now. So we made almost $30,000 just from running the gas pumps in this stream. So in case anyone was ever wondering how much money you can make by running the gas pumps, it's about $10,000 an hour. Maybe a little less than that. All right, frame rate's still holding up good. I'll be done in about 20 minutes. Yeah, that could be, and then I've just got to do the cleanup. The cleanup's going to take a little bit more time. Because we got to get all this zerped up. 4 columns to go. 4 left. We're into the final 4, and then I got to clean up that back section there where the aluminum is. So 4 and a handful remaining. And then I will join the group of people that have successfully cleaned out their mind. All of you crazy, crazy people that have cleared your minds out, I will be among you. All right, here we go. The final 4. Must keep going. Must keep going. Just a little further. Just a little further. It's like the episode of The Simpsons where Bart and Lisa are in the back seat going, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Homer's in the front going, just a little further. Just a little further. Just a little further. It's kind of where I am right now. Imagine how long it would take if I had to double hit. Yeah, I know. Oh, man. I wouldn't even want to think of that. And So Not Yours said that that's the way that she did it because she wasn't aware of the upgrade. Oh, man. That must have been so much pain. I cannot even begin to imagine that. That's just harsh. It's funny because right there must be a light because we could see it there. So it's like it's glowing through the rocks. It's that powerful. 10 hours. Oh my gosh. Yikes. That's horrible. 10 hours. That is just sheer unadulterated pain right there. That oof. I just could not even imagine. Man, oh man. But that's dedication to the cause on top of that. But wow. I would have gone crazy. I would have been like, nope, can't do it. Peace out. Just can't do it. Yeah, I just want to be able to get through this and not have to slurp any of it up until I get to the end. Frame rate's still holding up pretty good. I mean, it's not 60, but it's not 20. So we're going. Is there a something on my right? Oh, there's a light. There's lights right in there. Or I'm somehow getting a weird reflection. Maybe it's reflecting off of that. I don't know. So I'm getting these weird reflections. So I don't know if it's going to be stuff that opens up in the middle. But so yeah, there's just these reflections that are coming from somewhere. So I don't know if it's going to be like when we open up the midsection, it's going to happen, or if it's just reflections from the left wall. But it is weird how everything is brightening up in here a bit. Oh, there is it's phasing through the rock. Yeah, it's weird because it does feel like it's gotten brighter in here as we've cleared more and more out for whatever reason. Because it shouldn't be like that, but it is. Oh, shoot. And I've got one there. Okay. How many more rows? Oh, this is getting bad. Getting close to the end of this row here, this column. Come on. Come on. Stay with me. Oh man, my, my finger's cramping up. It's like the knuckle on my right hand is like locking in place from the way I've been holding this mouse for all this time. The tide is rolling in. Yeah, I don't know if the devs ever expected anyone to do all this in one shot like this. I'm guessing that they did not have it on their bingo card that this was going to be something that people would normally do. Yeah, like all this rock is like it's jiggling around and it's just having a hard time figuring it all out. But gosh, I still remember when there was no mine and you were hitting the random rock hoping that it was going to give you what you wanted and it was like 3 times as slow back before you had this mine. Oh gosh, that was just absolute pain there. We have 3 for me the space bar is jump. We have 3 columns remaining. That's all we have left. We're down to the final 3. Oh, there is one there. Okay, they are in the middle. So there it's like phasing through the rock. That's amazing. Yeah, waiting for silver and all you got was iron. Oh man, that was horrible. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like if you go back to like episode, the maybe the episodes in the teens of the playlist here. Which, by the way, if you didn't realize there was a playlist, we do have a Center Station Simulator playlist of all of our 35 episodes of this game that we've done. We have done 35 episodes of this game. The only game that we've done more episodes of is Contractville. But yeah, if you go back to the teens, there were that was when we were still mining, and it was just dinking those rocks, and that was just it was horrible. That was like nightmares, and all the pain that you had when you were like trying to make you were just trying to get the stuff you needed to make the cards, and it was just an absolute crapshoot trying to get the gold and the silver because it would never fall, and it was just the worst. So that's when you found Rusty Champagne, and your life has never been the same. The first episode was interesting. The best part about the first episode is that I had to re-record the first episode because whatever happened in the first recording of it, something went wrong, and I had to redo it. I think it was because I like tried the game, and the first run of it went so poorly that I'm like, okay, I've got to try this again. And so the first episode one is actually like episode 1A because episode one never actually made it to video. It got recorded and then it got deleted and it got redone because it was it just did not go well at all. It was the key bindings. It was absolutely the key bindings because the keyboard is set up for a non-US keyboard. I think it's a French keyboard, so it's the AZERTY keyboard, and none of the key bindings work. So you try to hit one for your broom, and it didn't work because that's not where it was bound. And same thing for your bucket and your pickaxe. None of the key bindings worked. And so I had to like start over because I was just sitting there completely fumbling with the key bindings the entire time. Yeah, they were based on a French keyboard because the designer of the game is French, so it made perfect sense for him to bind all the key bindings to an AZERTY keyboard because that's the keyboard he'd use. Um, but yes, it causes a lot of issues when you're playing the game and you don't realize that, and so you're hitting what you would expect to be one to operate your broom, and your broom doesn't work because it's not bound to one. Yeah. And on top of that, the music that he used in the intro, part of it was copyrighted, so it led to they had to mute the music in the beginning of the stream because or the beginning of the episode because the music was it had a copyright on it. And I'm like, well, son of a gun. And that was back when I was still a lot newer to this. And so I get a notice saying that I was using music that had a copyright, and it wasn't gonna. I mean, it wasn't gonna cause an issue, but I was gonna have to take some action to fix it. And thankfully, YouTube is good at taking copyrighted music and muting it out of your video without you having to like pull your video down. But yeah, that was a fun moment when I also had that. Yeah, you watched a number of streamers who first episodes of this game. They all did the same thing. Where's the broom? Because one didn't work. Yep. I think that was universal. I'm wondering how many other streamers that are out there that have done as much content of this game as we have here. I don't feel like it's many. I don't think that. I mean, I know for a fact that nobody that are on the top 15 list in my analytics of streamers that watch the streamers that are also watched people that watch me that also watch those other streamers. So in my analytics, it shows me 15 other streamers that people watch that are watchers of me, and none of those 15 have done anything with Center Station like we have. So it really makes me wonder how many streamers are out there that have have streamed as much of this game as we have here, because I don't feel like it's many. I feel like it's a very low number. It's because we're just such gluttons for punishment. Just can't help it. Oh boy. Frame rate is definitely hurting now. But we're going to keep pushing on. None of the other streamers are as mad as me. None of them. Are we at the end of this row yet? Old Man 102 has over 100 videos on this game. That's a lot. That is a heck of a lot. We have 2 columns to go. 2. Before I get to those, I do want to go back here, and I do want to clean this up. Because I feel like I'd be cheating if I didn't clean this part up first. So we'll clean all this up here. Because this won't even take long. Yeah, so now that is exposed. And I think that all these others are fully exposed. I think, yeah. Austin Plays has done a fair bit. It's interesting because I didn't think Austin Plays did much of this. Because he's in my top 15, but I don't remember him doing much of this game. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I just don't remember it. So, all right, here we go. The final 2. Please, frame rate, just hold up a little bit longer. Don't completely... Oh, I missed one? Ah! Shoot. Where was it? Oh, that one. Heh. I thought that was just a platform. And there's like a piece of it back there. Come on, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. And that one, hit it, and hit that one, hit it, and way up there, hit it. Are there any over here? So I missed like 5. He did heaps. Oh, maybe he just hasn't done them lately. Yeah, that's all I can figure. Yeah, Oldman 102. That's not one that I know. And Mr. Species 7, that's another one I've not heard of. Yeah, apparently those are streamers that or content creators that people that watch me don't watch them as much. Maybe they're in the top 30, but I only see the top 15. Come on, frame rate. Just hang on. We just got 2 more columns to go. I know it's a lot of stuff, but don't fail me now. I wonder, is there a way to save? I'm going to do that before anything goes wrong. Get this weird thump, like the game died and it hadn't saved. I would then cry. And look at that. Lights! Another set unearthed. Yeah, that's so funny that the light from the fixtures like emanates through all the rock. Come on. Come on. Just hang in there. Just a little bit longer. Just a little bit more. We're almost there. We don't have much more to go. We can do this. We can make this happen. I believe in us. Come on. A little more. We're up to almost $110,000 now. Should leave one block and then call it quits. Leave one small block like that. All right, good night, everybody. And then I'd have a bunch of people that would look at me go, ah! And that would be bad. No, I could not do that. I would get so many, so many bad words if I did that. It's 41 videos. Okay, I don't know why it is that I've not seen him do anything on Center Station. I mean, I know he's huge on Grocery Store. He loves Grocery Store, and I love it too. And I really need to go back to that one now that they've done the 1.0 on that game. But I just do not remember him doing anything with Center Station. I don't know how I've got a blind spot to it. That's so odd. I mean, I don't doubt it, but it's just so strange. That would definitely send me to the naughty corner forever. I would never escape it. Come on. Just get through here. We're almost there. More lights! It's almost like those blocks are made out of ice. Yeah, this game is struggling. It's like, what are you doing? Would you please stop? For the love of all things good in this world, please stop doing this. But I can't. We're too far in. His Mad Lab is amazing. I will have to check out his stuff. I will have to take a look at it. Because now I am intrigued. Yeah. I mean, I like Austin. I've seen a bunch of his stuff, and I like the stuff that he does. I just, for whatever reason, was not aware of the fact that he played Center Station. The struggle is definitely real now. Oh, man. Stuff's just falling all over here. We've got to be near the end of this run here. It's got to be close. Yep, we're pretty close. Come on. And once again, lights! They are. The frame rate is fine. It's just my tired eyes playing tricks on me. Is that what it is? Is that what we've got going on here? 3 years later. One column to go. One. That is all that we've got left right there. This thing here is all we got left. Whether or not I'm going to even be able to hit it is a different story, but we're going to try. I think we'll be able to hit it. We just got to clear out some spots here. Don't you love it when you're close to the end and it feels like eternity? That was when I started this. Oh, my. All right, everything's falling into the middle now. I think we'll be all right. One column to go. And then a giant cleanup job. Come on. Just keep pushing. Just keep going forward. Meanwhile, there's one person in the store, standing at the manual checkout lane, and has been for 3 hours and 47 minutes, wondering when I'm going to get up there and ring up their 2 bottles of water for them. And they're probably wearing the cat sweatshirt. Come on. Oh, come on. Just get there. Just get there. Just keep on falling into place there. You can do this. You can do it. That one customer saying, "What's that faint dinking noise? It's been going on nonstop for 3 hours." It's so faint, yet so persistent, and so numbing. Yeah, all the stuff is now caving into the middle. All right. We're about halfway through the column now, maybe a little bit further. Maybe they'll get checked out for Christmas 2050. If they're lucky. Maybe. Okay, come on. Keep going. Just keep pushing. Everything can keep on collapsing in there. We'll keep on making pockets for it. We'll get the infiniballs in just a minute and do a giant cleanup. But just let me keep on hitting this. Just keep on finding spots. Come on, come on. Find a spot. Find a spot. There. Got it. Stuff's just falling in slow motion at my head. It's yeah. Could you imagine if you needed to refuel the gas station in this game? That would be absolute madness if you couldn't run the gas station without refilling it. That would just be insanity. I mean, it's nice that once you have the gas station built, it basically is just pure profit. Oh man, come on. We're almost there. Just hang on a little bit longer. Just a little bit more. Jack Creek, how are you doing? Happy Saturday to you. How much more do we have? It's getting closer. We're probably at about the 2/3 point here. And the game just wants to die. The game just does not want to keep doing this. But yet we persevere. It is going quite well. We're nearing the end of our marathon dinking session here in the mine. And then we just got the giant cleanup that follows. We're almost there. And the frame rate is now just like I can't even feel it anymore. There's nothing but pain. Just a little bit more. Yeah, and for all the people that are here watching, I appreciate you guys so much, and I love you guys so much for being here for part of this absolute sheer ridiculousness. Thank you so much for being a part of it. I appreciate it more than you know. This is really great. It is the final pillar. The final pillar is coming down. And here we go. I don't feel anything anymore. Oh, it's just chaos. Oh man, that's just absolute chaos. Oh my. Okay. Let's start slurping it up. Let's start gathering as much as we can. Uh, so yeah, we'll start slurping as much of this up as we can. This is just a giant pile that we got going on here. Oh man. Wow. Oof. This is just absolutely ridiculous. The amount of stuff that we got here. We'll get this all sorted out here. We'll get it sorted. We'll get it sorted. There we go. Oh, wow. Holy cow. Look at us go. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll try and get as much of the stone and clay first because that's the easy stuff to spot. And if we can get a bunch of that it's also the bigger stuff, so that'll help. And we'll eventually get the frame rate back to normal. But yeah, it's up to my eyeballs. Yeah, you definitely need to clip that. Absolutely. We got to have that as a clip. Yeah, this is something. Oh, wow. Yeah, but we'll get rid of as much of the stone and clay as we can because that's eating into the frame rate pretty hard because it's bigger pieces. So if we can get a lot of this cleaned out, then we can turn our attention to the other stuff. So yeah, and we'll keep on switching out the balls, and we'll eventually get all this mopped up. Yeah, but we do want to get it all mopped up before we call this good. So yeah, because I mean we can't leave the job undone like that. I mean you can't do all the dinking and then not do all the cleaning. That would just be wrong. So yeah, so we'll just kind of keep on doing some small passes here with all this. And then we'll get to the next big thing that we see here, which now is going to be clay. So let's switch over to our clay one. And clay is where? Where's the clay one? Here it is. All right, let's do that. Zerp up a bunch of this. Yeah. Oh man, I cannot even imagine doing this without infiniballs. I cannot. It would be that would be absolutely ludicrous. Doing this with like the 20 balls? Oh my gosh. No way. Not a chance. That would be a no. It's gonna be a no from me, dog. Um, yeah, but yeah, it is kind of cool that they have the set of lights in the middle there. Like you said, it is kind of it's very ambient. It's all kinds of ambiance that we got going on in here. Yeah, this pile in the middle is just enormous. It is a gigantor pile of ore and stone. But we will keep on eating into it and knocking it down and making it manageable. Just a little bit at a time, kind of picking away at it. I don't even know how many pieces we've got on the ground still. It's got to be a couple thousand, but we'll get it. We will get it. We'll get it all cleaned up. Make it all look better in here. Because you can't walk away from a job and not clean up after yourself. That would just be wrong. So we're gonna have, yeah, we'll have over 1,000 clay when this is done. I wasn't sure how much clay we're gonna end up with out of this. You only have 120 ball and two 100 balls. Yeah, the worst part about them is the infiniballs take elite cards. So you got to be able to get yourself to a way where you can make elite cards and not have it be too much pain doing it. Because yeah, and they take cobalt too. Cobalt is almost secondary to the entire process. But yeah, it's the elite cards that is the big part of it. It takes one elite card, so you got to basically make 20 cards in order to make an infiniball and 5 cobalt. So, I mean, in the beginning, it's not as big of a deal, but as you get further along, you're going to definitely want them. But if you're still doing a lot of stuff in the beginning, then it's not as big of a deal to have the infiniballs. It just really depends on how far along you are in the game. That's really that's what I would use as the gauge. Yeah, so we're just going to kind of keep on eating into this pile, and eventually it will all make it towards the floor. That is the goal, is to get everything to where it's just on the floor and not in giant piles here. And if we can do that, we've succeeded. Because some of this is still up to my eyeballs. So we do still have to knock some of this down. And we're going to have probably 1,200, 1,300 coal when we're done with this, I'm thinking. Yeah, probably closer to 1,300. So we got some on the outside here. Yeah, I just want to try and get rid of this big pile in the middle, so we can start getting to the point where we just have only stuff on the floor. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot more stone. I can go back to getting my stone and clay ones again. Just as I've been sifting through this, it's revealed a lot more stone and clay as I've lifted more stuff off, and slowly the frame rate is coming back. It's starting to get better. It's not at max, but it's getting better than it was. So that's good. All right, so we cleared a bunch of the coal out of here. Let's switch back again to the stone ball. Go back in here, get a lot more of that because we got it available again. Yes, we're going to have over 2,000 stone when this is done. Yeah, there's a bunch right here in the middle. Yeah, all through here. Yeah, the only bad thing about the stone is that the silver looks exactly like it. I mean, from a color standpoint. So if you're just like running at it, it could be stone, it could be silver. But then when you get close, they obviously have different shapes. Yeah, and then we can swing back through here and grab our clay ball and do the same thing. So yeah, we got a bunch back here too, I know. Yeah, there's a bunch right in here. Yeah, here we go. Now that we see it on this side. Yeah, now we'll run back up to the front. Drop that off, grab our clay ball again. Make another pass through here. Yeah, sense of achievement when it's all clean. Well, we're going to get there. Like I said, we're not going to finish this up until we have this all cleaned up. We'll definitely get it all fixed up here. It's going to take a bit, but we're going to get it there. Right now, it's just trying to knock it down into something manageable. And when we do, then we'll be in good shape. All right, so I feel like I've gotten a lot of the clay out in the middle here. So now I'm going to switch over to the cobalt because the cobalt is very perceptible. So I'm not going to run after my cobalt ball. I'm not going to try and find it. So I'm just going to pick it up here and go in here and do that. Yeah, copper and iron are definitely similar. Um, it's a little bit better now that we have this all opened up because it's when it was a lot darker in here, it was a lot harder to tell the iron from the copper. But now that there's a little bit more ambient light in here, it makes it a little bit easier to tell them apart. They're still a little bit easy to confuse, but it's better than it was. That's for sure. Yeah. And I'll probably switch to copper next because I got a bunch of copper near the top of this thing. Yeah, it feels like there's a bunch of copper that's like sitting at the top of these piles. So I can get rid of that, and then that will help knock things down even more, or at least get it out of my eyeball level. Because copper feels like it's the second most common of the ores. When you were cleaning up your mind, the lighting was so dull. Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, if the lighting in here feels pretty good, it does not seem like it's all that bad. So I don't know if they made an improvement to that in an update. Maybe they did, because this is pretty manageable as things go. All right, got a couple more back there. Let's do a real quick run through back this way, see if we see any more. Again, not trying to get perfect with this, just trying to get as much as we can that's in eye shot. And then we'll come back through here. Yeah. So we'll come back through here. We'll grab our copper and ore, or copper and iron ones. So let's go with copper. Do that. Get a bunch of this because, again, this is all like right up there. And I see a lot of it right all up here. All right, frame rate seems like it's back to normal now. Everything seems like it's moving pretty smooth. And Thomas has returned. How you doing, Thomas? It is good to see you again. We are in the cleanup stage of this giant journey. We're going to have over 1,000 copper. Now we got a bunch of stone that has once again reemerged out of all these piles, and there's a bunch of coal that has reemerged. And again, I can only imagine what this was like back when you had to hit E to pick up every individual piece. I mean, how did people not break their keyboards left and right when they were doing that? I have no clue. I mean, it's nice here where all I got to do is just hold it down, but man, you break your finger. That's from hitting E all the time. Just E, 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 E. That would be so horrible. Okay, just kind of was interesting. Yeah, finger cramps are real. I can only imagine. I mean, like I said, I've had some times here where my knuckle on my right hand is kind of seized up a little bit just because the positioning of my hand on the mouse. It's like, ow, that's not good. Please stop that. Um, it's not what we're aiming for here. So yeah, it's not a good feeling. Okay. Yeah, these piles are still so high back here. Yeah, so we'll probably get our iron ball after this because I feel like there's now a lot of iron here that's kind of visible and is near the top. Yeah, now that we've knocked a bunch of the copper out, we're getting to the point where we can get to the iron and start taking a big layer of that off of here. Yeah, I really just need to focus on the middle. I need to stop going over to the sides. I'll eventually zerp up all the sides in a bit, but I got to get the middle fixed up here. Make this look reasonable. Yes, I am up late. I am up way too late. I would not normally be doing this, but this was a mission. We're on a mission to get the mine completely cleaned up, and we're hopefully in the final half hour of the mission. I'm hoping that we can finish this up. We're at 4:07 on the time clock. I'm hoping that in the next half hour we will have this all finished. That is the goal. To get this cleaned in 30 minutes. I think we can do it. I feel confident in our ability to do it. assuming that my fingers do not completely seize up on me in the process of it. I think we can pull it off. Let's see. I've got to be determined. Yeah, oh yeah, and you had to be accurate in where you're clicking. Absolutely. That's even worse. Okay, so this is good because now we're getting down to just like silver, gold, aluminum, and then all the remnants of stuff that I've been kind of glossing over. Because again, I've not been doing this perfect. I've just been trying to get the majority of it as I pass by it, and if I miss it, I miss it, and I'll come back to it in another pass. But right now, there's just way too much to try and be perfect. But as we get more and more of it knocked down, we can start to get more and more precise. So we don't keep on switching the balls all the time. But right now it's just trying to knock the number down is really where we are. And of course I keep on going out here in the distance when I need to be staying in the middle. I would have expected there to be more iron than this. I'm surprised I've only got 1,000 iron out of here. I would have definitely thought that that number would have been higher. All right, yeah, we're definitely making a lot of good progress here. For sure. Getting a lot of this cleared up. So what do I see a lot of? I see a lot of aluminum, I see a lot of silver on the top of here. So let's well, I think I'll switch over to the aluminum one next. Because I see a bunch of pink there, and that'll be easy because that's very easy to spot. So let's switch over to aluminum. Drop this. Aluminium. Grab this and start going through. Get a lot of this. Your kitty's wondering why she hasn't been fed yet. It's my fault. Blame me. This is all my doing. I'll take the heat for it. I totally own it. Yeah, let's try and get as much of this as we can. Yeah, and a bunch of this ended up freezing in place. It's like we're on the moon. All of the ore in suspended animation. Got a bunch of it over here. Yeah, it's like having selective vacuum cleaners. just running through here with all of it. All right. And more towards the back of the pile. All right, here we go. I'm definitely getting a little slap happy here. I'm not going to lie. Oh, boy. Well, keep pushing. Must keep going. Must go further. Must go further. Okay, so let's switch back to our silver ball. Yeah, we'll get the silver ball next because I'm seeing a lot of white in here, so we'll take care of that. Yeah, because all the aluminum is kind of out here on the outside. So yeah, we'll kind of scoop this up from the sides here. Switch over to the silver ball. Where are you? That's gold. Don't go looking for it. Just pull it up here. There. Do it like that. Be smart. Don't chase it. Bring it to you. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. We're at the point where I can see more and more of the floor, so that's good. And we're getting a lot of the stuff that's frozen in space out of the equation now, so that's good. Yeah, because a lot of the silver and gold is like frozen in it's in the suspended animation state. So we're getting that out of there. And yeah, it's amazing because I would have, even with all this, we're only going to end up, we're not even going to have 500 silver through all this, which is absurd. With all this work that we did, we didn't even get 500 silver out of it. Or we'll be barely at 500 if we hit it. But I don't even know if we will. I think we're going to come up short of 500 silver on this. But I got a bunch more stone and clay again. So we've uncovered a lot of that. It is looking better. It is. It really, really is. Yeah, there's not a lot of silver in here anymore. A lot of the silver is kind of covered. It is moved out of here, and we might have some on the edges here, but not as much in that middle pile. Yeah. So where is my? Let's go back to my stone. So a bunch of stone once again showed up. So let's get a bunch of the stone cleared up here again. In this middle section. And then I got a bunch of coal I can sweep out of here. That's a silver. That's not stone. Okay. Like, why is that not sweeping it up? Because it's not what you're looking for. It is not the thing that you think it is. All right, 2,000. Yeah, we can see the floor. In some places, we are actually at floor level. We've reached it in a couple of spots here. So that's good. Yeah, just trying to get all this little stone from in here. Yeah, this part's still kind of nasty, but we're getting it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of stone right in there. There we go. A lot of that cleaned up. Excellent. And then we got a lot more here. Yeah, it's the trouble. Now that I got to the middle, I can't go around like I was going around the edges before. There are no edges to go around anymore. It's all like middle at this point. It all landed in the midsection. All right. Is there anything else there? I don't see a lot. Let's switch over to gold. Let's do that. That's back here, just hanging out. Might be worth a reinstall. Yeah, I it probably will be. I don't know if I took that out or not. I'm trying to remember. I took one of them out. I can't remember which one I took out. But yeah, I'll definitely want to get that put back in place. If I don't have it put in place anymore, I'll definitely want to get it put back in place. I can't remember. I think I disassembled one of them. I just can't remember which one the one I was. Do my headliners first. Yeah, it's just it's the trouble is figuring out where to do the headliner anymore. I mean, I guess I could go way out here and do it. It's just getting into the middle. The middle part is the nasty part. I mean, I could go all the way around the outside and get all the stuff around the outside here, and go about it that way. My hand is now getting confused as holding down E and actually moving. It's I'm having a hard time processing. It's like, okay, you got to hold down the E button and then go. Yeah, yeah, because I got all this stuff on the outside here. Can scoop all that up, and then I guess I can make my way towards the middle. Yeah, let's get all this on the perimeter here, and then go towards the center section. If I can get to the point where I like have completely gulped up all of one mineral or all of one ore, I'll be happy. I just got to get to there. And the gold, I feel, is like one of the closest ones I've got. That and the cobalt. I think those two are the closest I've got here. Because I don't think there's much cobalt left in here now. I think we've kind of run that out. Okay. I have no idea why I'm struggling. I have no idea. No clue. Why would I possibly be struggling in here? It makes no sense. I mean, this is so simple. it's just it's just going and mopping up a whole bunch of ore here. That's all. I mean, why is that so complicated? It shouldn't be. All right. Well, at least we've gotten most of the stuff that's in suspended animation now. I feel like we're doing pretty good with that. We've taken care of most of that now. Yeah, and it's all starting to make its way towards the floor. There's still some exceptions, but it's definitely improving. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of gold over here. Zerp all this up. There's some there. Okay, some there. Still a little bit there. Okay. And yeah, now it's back towards the middle again. The horrible, horrible middle. It's just gotta clear all this part out. Yeah, because there's like a bunch of copper here that I didn't get the first time. Just a big, big swath of copper back here that I just completely ran past. All right, I think gold is actually pretty good here. So where's my copper at? Well, I'll grab this. I'll continue with this because I'm here, and we'll work our way around with this. So we got, yeah, and there's a bunch of iron back there too. Yeah, I got a bunch of both of those there. So let's see. Let's go around the outside here, grab all the aluminium from around the outside, as much as I can find. Because I eventually have to get the exterior cleared out here too. So we'll do that. And then make our way towards the middle. Yeah. Is there any more there? There's some here. Okay. Got it. There's a little there. Now it just feels like an Easter egg hunt. um, okay. Yeah, I got to get the copper and iron. I got to go with that right now because those are like the big ones that are in all up in the way. So let's grab the copper. I just saw it. Where are you? You're right there. Let's do that. Gonna work my way around here. Same way. I got a bunch of it back there in the back that we got to get rid of. Yeah, and over here it's hard to tell the difference between them because the light's not as good back there. So yeah, there are places where it's a lot more confusing to tell what you've got. Yeah, because you got some places where you almost got to stand directly over it to discern the difference between them. But here in the middle, it's definitely easier. Okay, let's go this way. Yeah, if I can get it down to where all we have here is iron and coal, that'd be good. And then the little remnant pieces of cobalt. Yeah, it's just this big pile. It's just got to knock this down. Yeah, I must have just completely run past this when I did my first pass. Um, yeah, I don't know what happened there. I just whipped completely by it. Yeah. Yeah, plenty of clay. Got more stone. Yeah, a bunch of coal. There's a whole bunch of coal in here that I can zerp up, get that out of there. Yeah, there's a lot of coal back here that we can remove. Yeah, that must all be iron. Still a little bit more copper here. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of iron here. So, and then we got copper over here on this side. A little bit more. It looks like we got some there, some there. Okay. Yeah. So, all right, let's get the coal one. Yeah, it's getting easier. We're getting to be in better and better shape here, for sure. Yeah, and the coal is easy because the coal is very shiny. So that's the coal looks like really nothing else unless you're from a distance and then it looks like iron because they're both the same dark color. But I mean, when you get closer, it makes it a lot easier to tell the coal. Yeah, and all this stuff in the corners is the trick. Shiny! Oh, look, a shiny. So many shinies. So many things that blow my mind. All the shinies. So, okay. Just keep on scooping. Scooping and scooping and scooping. The pile in the middle is it is almost fancy. The pile in the middle is actually starting to get pretty good now. Most of what we have is starting to be gone. Yeah, except for this big conglomeration of stuff, which has a lot of clay in it. Yeah, there's a lot of clay back here to get rid of now. So I can switch back to that when we finish up with this, because, yeah, there's a lot of that that's prevalent here. That and iron. Clay and iron are big back here in this portion of the world. So, yeah, we got a lot of that we got to kind of mop up. Back in this section. And there's still some more coal back here. Let's get that. Uh, and there's a lot here. Back in this spot. Look at me go! So from from the standpoint of you cleaning this up, is this about as long as it took you to do it? From what you recall of cleaning it up? Does it feel like it's gone about that same amount of time? Does it feel like it's gone slower? Does it feel like it's gone faster? I mean, I don't feel like we've had any wasted motion here. I feel like we've done a pretty good job at being efficient with swiping everything up. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what other people's experiences have been like with this exact same process. Because I feel like we've done pretty good with it. I mean, we've not spent too much time like doing too much of a hunt and peck for things where they're buried in like trying to find the one pixel to pick things up. It was a grind for sure. Um, yeah, and I had done the dinking kind of as I was going. I mean, in the beginning, there's the stone. Again, why am I looking for it? Just grab. Yeah, I should just grab the. Because I was only mining in the front just to maybe clear up a little bit of space, but most of the time when I was doing my mining, I was just going to the infinite sections on the walls and I never really bothered with cleaning up the middle because I just never really had a need for it. So that's why I only had like 10-15% of it cleaned up when we started this exercise. And the stuff that I was cleaning up towards the front, I was really just doing more for giggles than anything. It wasn't out of any kind of necessity. All right, that's all stone. Go back here, got that. And yeah, I got to get the iron out of here too because the iron is now all suspended and is causing it to be more difficult to pick up anything else that's on the ground. So I gotta get the iron. What do I've got primarily iron. There is still some silver back there, but not much. And I feel like most of the clay is actually gone. I feel confident that the clay is primarily gone here now. So let's take that, drop that in the back. Iron. Where'd my iron go? Right here. All right, so iron. Let's do a big sweep of iron. Because I feel like a lot of what we got left here that's dark is iron. I don't think we got much copper left here. So I should be able to do most of this and have it be iron. There is a copper there. But we're going to do a nice big sweep around the exterior to try and get all the copper we can. Or all the iron we can. That one, not the other one. So that's copper. Yes, we're just going to try and zerp up all this that we can, see how we're doing. At this point, I just have to convince myself that I'm not crazy. Got a few copper back there. That works. There will be some that hide. Yeah, I'll have one that just shows up. It's like, neener, neener, neener. You didn't get me. You thought you were 100% done, and you're not, you sucker. Like there's a coal, Fonse, that he just kind of stuck out and hung out there. Iron there, iron there. Okay. Yeah, just again, it's continuing to kind of go around the perimeter here. Yeah, that's all copper. That's iron. Okay, that's iron. Okay. All of the suspended animation iron in the corner. Yeah, let's just keep on going around this path here, doing the stuff that's in eyesight and not deviating too far from my line. Yeah, so there's still some copper that looked like iron. And then we can eventually make our way towards the middle here and get all that. But let's get all the stuff that's here in this corner. On this extremity. Okay. Seems pretty good. And now towards the middle. Apologies for all my coughing. Just throat's a little dry. Uh, all right. Let's turn around, go like this, and really treat it like I'm mowing a lawn now. Just kind of go in passes. Yeah, so I'll get that into my next pass when I go through the middle there more. Got it. I don't think it is. I think it's just. I think it's because upstairs in our house it gets really dry. We really need a humidifier in our upstairs here. I mean, we haven't been in this house all that long, so we're getting used to what the temperatures are like and all that in here, and it just feels like it. I mean, it's very warm up here, and it just gets really dry. So that doesn't help with things. But it's okay. I don't think it's from my old illness. It's just it's just part of it may even be like an allergy kind of thing. I'm not really all that sure. It's hard to tell, but I'm doing all right. Yeah. We have officially fallen below freezing. It's been raining, and my puppy just experienced ice for the first time. He came flying across the deck and realized he couldn't stop. Oh, oh, the joys of dog. Gotta love the joys of dog. All right, so that is all copper. That's what we've got. Nothing but copper there. It seems like there's a little bit of iron here in the middle. Okay, all the suspended animation iron is now getting zerped up. So we got a lot of copper. That's iron. I see an iron there. Okay. I see maybe, nope, most of that looks like it's now copper. That's iron. Okay. Let's drop that. Let's switch over to copper. That's iron again. Okay, that's fine. I'll come back for that. Let's just run around the outside here, grab all the copper that's on the outside. One hiding there. Come on, grab it. Grab it. Is there one hiding under there? Yes, you are. Hi, got you. That's gold. Okay. I don't see any more. I got a bunch of stone left now. Okay. So we'll get that in a bit. All that stone that's on that one side there. Is there any more in there? No, there's a lot of gold. There's a copper there. Got a couple up top there. Okay. Insanity Keeper, how are you doing? Happy Saturday to you. How did I start streaming? Your dad retired, and about a year later, he decided he wanted to be a TikTok streamer. Um, I just kind of started doing it. And I know that's a crazy answer, but it started. Oh, it's a good time for me to take a drink of water here. That's not water. That's my old Coke Zero that's been empty for a while. It kind of started back in January, and I'd been watching stuff on YouTube. And at that point in time, a couple of the big games that were out at that point, Kebab Chefs was one. There was a newer game that had come out that was a crazy game called Beer Factory. And I'd seen people that were doing episodes and live streams of those games, and I was just thinking about it. I'm like, that'd be interesting to give a try. And so at that point, the only computer that I had was my Mac. So I had my Mac, just my MacBook, and I was looking for games that I could play on the Mac. And at that point in time, I there was a channel that I was following, and I still follow. The guy's name is Orbital Potato, and he does a lot of videos about like simulation and crafting games that are coming out. And so he had this one game that he was talking about that was called Factory Town Idol. And I looked that one up, and that was one that I could actually play on my Mac, because that was another another pain point that I had was that with the Mac, there's only like 10% of the games that you can actually play. And so I decided, well, let's give this a whirl. So I already had the computer. I needed to go out and get a headset. I needed to learn about how you actually stream, what programs you use and all that. So I had to kind of get myself familiar with all that, and just kind of started with that. So started with I did a bunch with Factory Town Idol. If you go back and watch like Factory Town Idol, Let's Get Started, episode 1, the very first one that I did, I sound nothing like I do now at all. I mean, even me listening to me doing that, I'm like, wow, what a change. But I just kind of gave it a whirl. I'm like, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna see what happens with it. If it works out great, awesome. And if it's one of those things where no one really watches, it's still fine because I'm still going to be having a lot of fun doing what I'm doing. And that's the way I've always looked at it. Is just make sure that you always have fun with what you're doing. It's the adage that I use: love what you do what you love. And as long as you do that, you can never go wrong. It's like the people that say that if you love your job, you're never working a day in your life. And for me, I don't look at this as a job because it's definitely not my job. I do have a job. I mean, I'd love for this to be the only thing that I was doing in my life, but I'm a long way from that ever happening. But yeah, I just kind of got started with it, and I mean with Factory Town Idol, that one it had I really didn't have many subscribers at that point. I mean it was like double digit subscribers, like 10, and just started with that. And then there was another game that came out on the Xbox called Pal World, and I learned how to stream on the Xbox, which I was a little bit familiar with from the past, and did some of that. And then I think there might have been another game that was on the Mac that I think the thing that initially got me away from the Mac. Where's my cobalt? Are you my cobalt? No, you're my copper. Why am I searching for my cobalt? Just do this. You've been doing this entire time. Just there. Don't go searching for it. Bring it to you. Um, so I think that I am definitely having fun doing this for sure. And I think at one point in time I was gonna try playing Gas Station Simulator because you could play that on the Mac, and I tried it, so I downloaded it on the Mac, and it just did not play well at all. And I'm like, okay, well if I'm gonna get serious about this, then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna invest in a regular computer. And that's how I ended up getting the laptop that I use now, my Asus laptop that I've got. I said, you know what? I'm going to make the investment. It's going to be a one-time investment. It's going to cost me a bit of money to do it, but I'm going to go ahead, pull the trigger, and give it a whirl, and just consider that an investment in the entire thing. Went out and did that, and then did some stuff with gas station, a little bit with that, and then it was right about that same time that supermarket simulator came out, because that came out mid-February, near the end of February. The demo was available of it in mid-February. And so since it was a game that was coming out, and I mean I knew nothing about the game other than it was a game that I thought was going to be interesting. And so I did a video of that, of the demo, and then did another one, and it just caught on like fire. It was just absolute wildfire. Just unbelievable how it changed. It changed everything. I mean, if anyone ever asked what is the game that made this channel, it is absolutely Supermarket Simulator, without a doubt. 100%. That is the game that made this channel, because I went from having, at one point in time, I went from one day having 32 subscribers to the next day I had 48, to the next day I had 64, to the next day I had almost 90, and it just went nuts. Everything went absolutely nuts. And then I went from, at one point I had I ended up, at one point I had 1,000 subscribers, and then within like almost 10 days I had 2,000 subscribers, and it was just completely bonkers. And it was all because of that game. It just it hit, and it hit for a lot of content creators. That game was huge, and it was absolutely, I was in the right place at the right time. Absolutely that. Because it was, I nothing about my style had changed. Nothing about my delivery had changed. The way that I did my videos, nothing about that changed, but everyone was tuning in for Supermarket Simulator. It was just this huge, huge phenomenon. That phenomenon, it was just a huge thing for so many different creators, and a lot of people really made their start with that game. And it really launched a number of people, including me. I absolutely owe a huge amount to that game for what it did for this channel. But yeah, I mean, in terms of how I got started, I just said, you know what, I'm gonna give it a try, and I'm gonna enjoy what I'm doing, and that's all I can do is just have a lot of fun. Because if it wasn't fun, I wouldn't do it. And I love every minute of what I do with this. I always love what I'm doing all the darn time. It's always a lot of fun. I have so much fun sitting here, being here and talking with everybody, and just being and having the community here. The community is what really makes this what it is. And Insanity Keeper, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Rusty Champagne Club. I really appreciate that. I really, really do. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, that's kind of how it all went. So in terms of if it was yeah, in terms of your dad, yeah, I mean, well, and if he's a TikTok streamer, then yeah, then I'm assuming that he's probably had a very similar kind of story. And if it was something that you were thinking about doing, I mean, again, the thing that I would say is start small and just it's the adage that I always do. The adage that I always use: love what you do what you love, and you can't go wrong. And the numbers may not show it, but if oh, that's iron. Shoot, that's actually iron. I thought that was copper, but it's not. That was iron. But if you love what you do and if you do what you love, you absolutely cannot go wrong. I'm going to do one thing here real quick. Let's do this. Let's pull all these out here. Take a quick run. All right. I don't normally swear, so pardon my French on this one, but holy shit, we did it. Let's make sure nothing's hiding. Make sure I didn't miss any little nooks and crannies. Oh wait, nope, there's a copper. There's one copper right there. He's hiding. He's like, they won't find me. I'm gonna just be like, no. There was one copper that was just sitting there, being like, they'll never catch me if I'm here. They'll never. Oh, and then there's a silver over here. Be like, haha, they'll never catch me if I'm over here. You cannot escape. You cannot escape. Resistance is futile. Oh my. Wow, wow, wow. Unbelievable. Wow. That's great. Oh, he decided to start his glass blowing live. He now has 20,000 followers. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. That's great. I love hearing stuff like that. That is beautiful. MTR, how you doing? A happy Saturday to you. It is great to see you. It is midnight. It is Rusty After Dark. Now I can build a furnace here and put the orbs and forget about it until you need the ingots. Yeah, and at some point I may work on doing stuff like that. I may work on trying to optimize this a bit. I'm just blown away that I'm looking in this room and it's like completely empty. We've sucked it all up. And it's unbelievable. And there are 50 of you that are here watching me and have been for the better part of 4 hours. And I cannot say thank you enough for being part of this absolute ludicrous journey that we've had here. This has been nuts. This has been nuts. Well, maybe you can clip it and do it. I'm sure there's an easy way to get it. So unbelievable, unbelievable. This has been a blast, man. This has really been fun. I've really enjoyed this, but I do need to get some sleep. I'm still planning on doing a live stream in 10 hours and 13 minutes at noon Central Standard Time. We're going to go back to Farming Simulator 25, do some more stuff with our new farm. Maybe work our way into November and see if we can pick up some more harvesting jobs, take care of stuff on our own farm, make sure the cows are fed, the chickens are fed, make sure we got plenty of water at our greenhouse. Um, we're gonna do a bunch of that, and then we'll may even do another stream later in the afternoon as well. Maybe take a break, give everything a chance to rest up. But yeah, I mean it's gonna be a fun streaming weekend. This has been awesome. I love this. This has really been great. And look at that mine. It is fancy. That's all I can say about that. My eternal thanks, as always, to the wonderful, wonderful Worship Space and Lady Fluffy Dragon, my wonderful wrenches, for being here and for always being a part of all of this and for always making my job so much easier. I cannot thank you enough for all that you do. So thank you so much for that. And for all of you that have been watching, 53 people here where it is now 1:48 a.m. Central Standard Time. I For all your support, for all your love, for being a part of this crazy journey. I thank you so much. And again, I love you guys. You're all awesome. Couldn't do it without you. Let's have some more fun tomorrow, shall we? I think so. That is going to be all for this one. And I thank you so much for watching. If you're catching this later and if you like this video, I would appreciate if you gave a like. If you really like this video, or if you are not yet a subscriber to Rusty Champagne, and if you've been having fun watching me clear out a flippin' mine for 4+ hours, I would love it if you would consider giving the channel a subscribe. But until we meet again, thanks as always for being a part of all this wonderful, beautiful, glorious infiniball silliness. I'm Rusty Champagne, and I'm very tired. And we will see you later.